Some signs. Space for seating. So I think this is where the new or the old No Cop Co-op came. I'm not positive. And they have a Cash App here. They have their Cash App and their Venmo. And a donation drop-off tab. Oh, here we go. Donation list. Is today the 21st or is that yesterday? I honestly can't even remember. Oh, I guess they have a website here too. protestfood.com. And again, this is the one that's basically across from Momiji. Walking through again. But yeah, this weekend has been crazy. And part of me is like, very iffy on trusting the news nowadays on either side, honestly. Yeah. There's also a lot of filming setups today, more so than usual. I guess it's because of this past weekend. You guys can look at the art as we walk. But yeah, I don't know if any of you guys were in the area this weekend when everything was going on. I don't mean during the day, I mean like nighttime. I guess there's someone blowing dirt or dust, I don't know. I also just have my headphone speakers, so I have no idea how loud anything is being picked up. Oh, People's Assembly, see other side for info. Can someone tell me if today is the 22nd or the 21st? But yeah, I guess People's Assembly is now in Carl Anderson, and it happens at 6. Also on the side, they've like closed off. Well, not closed off, but they've moved the barricades closer to this area. Yeah, and I'm like, there's no leaves though. What are you blowing?
Thank you, Jesus. You give us the victory in the midst of the battle.
Oh, wow, that guy is there now. This guy has like come back every day, basically, to talk. But I guess he's now taken a spot up there where people can't really drag him down either. Because, yeah, whenever he comes, there's a varied reaction, I guess, based on who is there and who is handling it. Oh, happy birthday. Slight distraction from the point of this IG Live, which is to go across to places and get donations, but yeah, like I said, it's very dependent on the people here and how they react to him. I've personally seen him, this man, be attacked and punched. Just like I've also seen other people trying to de-escalate the situation and kindly ask him to leave, which he is also not responsive to. Yeah, the Jesus dude. There's, I think, a crowd of people there who are trying to debate what to do. Oh, someone's throwing things at him. And once again, there's no leaders in this area, so this is just everyday people.
Jesus, when he died on the cross, he gave his life, he shed his precious blood. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
The gospel, the Bible says many waters cannot quench love.
Trying to pick the best way to get through here.
What Jesus did for you on the cross, it cannot be erased.
He definitely is getting
Christ did for the souls of men.
a lot of
All that come unto him by faith.
either people complaining or physical violence. I've seen all of it. I'm going to assume that's a toy gun? But yeah, there he is. Well, just not gonna walk there. Also because I'm fearful of someone being like, oh, give me your phone. I don't know if you guys saw what happened to another streamer yesterday. But yeah, that's what happened. They took his phone. Because technically, I don't think it's like illegal to live stream stuff if it's public space, but I think in the heat of the moment, it's, yeah, like people don't really know what to do. But at least for me, I want to respect people who don't want to be filmed. So there are a few stands that say no filming, so I plan to do that. See, no photos, please ask first. Thank you. I don't know what they are implying though for no photos. So we're heading on to the rejuvenation station. Because there's no photos, I guess I'm just gonna tilt this downward until I see if they have like a donation bin thingy. Oh. Well, I guess they don't. They took it down. Yeah, they used to have a donation board here. It's in my Instagram posts, but I guess they took it down. And actually, there used to be another tent here from Future Crystals, which is also now gone. A lot of people have been packing up. But overall, I don't know if the number of people staying out here is increasing or decreasing. Oh yeah, definitely. The people who are, picking up trash. I've seen people, now that the barricades have opened. Also, as a FYI, before the barricades were open, I also had no place to put my trash. Nor did I know where to put it because garbage trucks didn't come, etc. But with the barricades sort of opened-ish now, at least there's dumpsters where I'm aware I should take the garbage.
It's my man here. It's my man. He got his part.
Where can I pick up? What are they talking about, though? Well, it says full trash bags go to dumpsters at the barriers or the gray one on 10th and Pine. This is an ecology tent. And there's another one in the back here. So this is sort of the tent area. And it extends further back as well, but There's also been a few missing signs in the area. I think I posted some on my Instagram stories. They've been found. Oh, yeah, it says no photos of staff, so I'm going to avoid it. I guess. Oh, that's over. So, but this is the group. So I think you can ask any questions or direct any donations to them. That would probably be best. What happened to the porta potties? The porta potties are still there, but they've sort of moved. As if your question is who cleans the porta potties, I don't know. But yeah, there used to be porta potties on Pine, right past 12th, but they've moved to the art tent section. Oh, I guess there's also signs now that says, for trash removal, please take trash to 11th Avenue and East Olive. The sign, the last sign, like the Riot Kitchen sign, it's just at Riot Kitchen 206. Oh, okay. But yeah, they did get moved to the art area. Also because I don't really know what's happening to the barricades, to be honest, because at nighttime they block them. Or at least yesterday they did. They have a truck or a bus that moves. Oh, and I guess there's also another row of porta potties here. And garbage bins. We have a barrier here. I don't know when this came up because it wasn't here yesterday, but I will say that yesterday after the shootings, there was one point when there were police cars that pulled up on that block. And then when that happened, people started moving barricades. Is it possible that they moved them here? Yeah, but I don't get why they're here. How are the property managers handling the situation? Honestly, I don't know. I can only speak for myself. And I know that my property manager is upset. I don't know how he's handled the situation though. Technically, there's supposed to be somebody who is like speaking on behalf of the residents, but I haven't seen who that is. And I feel like I'm pretty active on Twitter about this as well. And nobody has like reached out to me specifically. But nor have I also even tried to go downstairs and talk about it. I sort of just stayed out of it. So I'm not sure. So I don't know if they're reaching out, but I also do think that they are open if you reach out to them. But again, if you reach out to them, it depends on who they are as well, right? Because I think when Chaz or Chop first started, there was people around who spoke up and asked for there to be quiet time when people weren't constantly on the mic or megaphone. But when that happened, like there was someone speaking, and then they handed the mic to someone else, and that someone else was like, oh, fuck quiet hours, I don't give a fuck, and just continued. So that was a few days ago, though, like probably a week ago. I think things have changed since then as well, so I don't want to judge based on past things. Oh, okay, so, and here we have, like, Decolonization Cafe, or Conversation Cafe. That's, I guess, their handles. Place for vulnerable discussion. Here are some of the topics that they talk about. I would be interested to see if they have, like a thoughts about Chop type of thing, rather than I mean, those are obviously all good topics. Oh, crap.
Love, what's good? How you doing, homie?
Hi.
We got music for you today. We just promoted.
I don't even have.
$1 back.
We just promoting our music right now, love. And all we ask is a donation for the cause. If you have a husband at home, you guys can make love to our albums. We're doing great stuff.
Wow,
with our
is that
music.
the pitch?
Yes,
Do you have an Instagram for people to follow?
Yeah, I got Instagram. It's on our music, though.
Well, I don't even have a CD player.
We got download links on the
We
back.
got download links in the
Come
back as
on, we
well.
ain't dinosaurs.
Oh wow,
You know
so
what I'm saying?
smart. Why
My
did you
name
guys
is Cam
print
the
all of this
Mactos.
then?
Huh?
Why did you guys print all of them then?
So you got the physical CDs in case I blow up like Jimi Hendrix. You can say you met me and you can sell it on eBay.
Okay, well, do you want to say your Instagram handle or no?
My name is Cam the Max.
Okay.
CAM the MAC 2BZ.
Cool guys.
You hear me? Follow me right now. Everybody that's watching. Positive music, man. Catch me on Apple Music, Spotify, Google Play, Pandora. Everywhere you watch your music, I'm there.
Okay,
For
cool.
sure.
Yeah, and I'm the God. Yeah, how you like that? Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to help us out,
Hey.
though, we're locking in the venue.
And I'm the
We're
guy.
locking in the baseball field for the 29th. We're going to be renting out the microphones, renting out the stages. We just need a little bit of help. We look ask for small tips, donations. Anything you guys can do to help us out goes a long way, seriously.
Okay, and so if they're not here, how did they help you? Like, can they Venmo you or can
Yeah,
they
they
like?
can Venmo. My Venmo is Cam/the THEMAC. So you guys can Venmo us, help us out.
Cool. And when are you guys doing the renting?
29th, from 1 to 6.
Okay. Are you guys just going to be performing?
Performance, speaking, people
Yo,
sharing,
awesome.
sharing their opinions, just bringing everybody together. Music has always been the way to bring, unite people, bring everybody together. No explicit lyrics, no misogynistic lyrics. We're just going to keep it about the cause. You know what I'm saying? It's tough out here, Everyone's experienced somewhat, some fucked up police brutality or
definitely.
inequality. And it matters to hear from the minority people. A lot of white people come down and show support, but they can never fully understand. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's right for us to let our voice be
Cool.
heard for
Yeah.
real.
We'll be here.
For sure.
Also people on my stream said they really like your shirt.
Oh yeah, baby, hold on. I'm at work.
Okay, bye. Okay, well, I'm back to filming this now. But yeah, lots of people, lots of people trying to de-escalate, trying to not touch him. Someone is asking for water, so I guess they could splash more on him. Someone now playing music to try to, I don't know. People yelling, leave him be.
Waterboard!
Yelling, waterboard. That's a fake prop knife or sword, by the way. Oh, someone tried to throw him water.
Walk away! Everyone disperse!
Everyone disperse. I'm going to also walk back to where I was standing.
Hey, that's right.
I have not spoken with them. Or at least on stream I haven't spoken with them. I did speak with them when Chop first started. The guy yesterday that was caught on Sean's stream was is like apparently head of security, but I can't confirm anything. Is there anything else that you guys wanted to see in terms of donations? But yeah, a lot of the places have moved away. Oh. People trying to hold each other back. That guy's still yelling for water. People throwing water. People not catching water. This man walking up with all of these water bottles. If someone else can paste the username of the musicians, that'd be super helpful. But yeah, okay, so there's somebody who's like protecting that guy, I guess. They're arguing because this guy comes back almost daily to talk about Jesus and stuff like that. And there have been attempts to de-escalate and just ask him to speak. So not everyone, but yeah. But he's still here, and they didn't touch him or anything today. I don't think that there's any donations of anything. Yeah, about the people who are staying in the area, I think they're just taking it. If that's happening, they are not advertising that. Though I'm curious to even see what you guys think about the area and like, you know, I'll just say sentiment on here overall is that some people believe that it's sort of a waste of time and it's like lost the meaning originally, etc., etc. This is just sentiment that I'm hearing from people who are also here every day. I think overall a lot of people are conflicted.
That's the smartest thing people done did all day. Now you get everybody to walk away. Don't pay attention.
Oh, and and that guy right there is actually one of the elders from the Williams family.
And we can look a certain way. All these people standing around giving them attention. How many? And then on label it.
So that guy obviously is also speaking a lot of truth, you know. Which is, yeah, we do give a lot of people attention that might not necessarily like deserve it, maybe shouldn't be here, etc. But yeah, I basically witness that almost every day, which is why I'm also sort of, I mean, this is the first time that I've seen him up there though. Normally he just like walks through this area with his banner and then people start to like wear him down and then eventually he leaves. I don't know. Are the protesters still trying to form a CHOP council? I actually think they have. Man, I can't remember it right now, but basically there's a meeting of like black leaders that they call for every day at 6 p.m. I'll link details on it after, but that does happen now. But I also don't know who goes and what happens. Yeah, it really is like a safe haven or a good space for a lot of people to be able to come speak and be heard. Though I think there's also a lot of confusion about who is speaking, who is being heard, because everyone has their own thoughts and agendas, etc. As an example, last week I streamed the event where Protectors of the Salish Sea, which is a native organization, they came and spoke, and they were allowed to do that. They set up a teepee, but that teepee is now gone. I think the intent was actually to leave it up there, but a lot of CHOP organizers also disagreed that there was native presence and that it wasn't their space to do that. So I think overall there's a lot of voices, and I don't think anyone is speaking for all the voices right now. How is the heat affecting crowds? I don't think that it's really affecting crowds that much. But I do sort of see like a slowdown after the barriers came in. So even though there's no barriers in this area, well, except over there, and this street has been kept clear, a lot of medic tents have left, or at least moved. A lot of volunteer tents have as well. I mean, some new ones have popped up, but overall I don't think it's actually as busy as it was before. Yes, they disagreed with the presence of the natives. But who is they? Again, right? Who is they? I don't know who they are. I don't know if anyone really does. But there is sentiment, and what I mean by they, at least, is a few days after the event, I was walking around, and there was someone on a megaphone going over to each of the protester tents, or the volunteer tents, and they were telling them about how, oh yeah, it's, if anyone else comes to listen, or if anyone else comes and wants to donate, you need to route them through so-and-so, and then they were also complaining about how they feel like the vibe of the area is not what they want, and how the natives came to like push their agenda on environmental issues, and that's not the point. So yeah, overall I think it is just really confusing, and I think, the overall sentiment from a lot of people in the area is that, one, no one knows who they are, and two, Chaz or CHOP is just a distraction, and we're getting distracted by the space and trying to hold the space, etc. So now the person on the megaphone is saying, leave the situation and don't be distracted. Go have a discussion, which honestly that's very fair. But yeah, I mean, I would just urge everyone on this video, all 20 of you, oh, so many, but just to make your own decisions and like look at all the facts and all the information, because it's sort of on both sides. We need to fact check everything, and yeah, I mean, obviously the Fox News stupid Photoshop stuff is just not right, but I'm also seeing a lot of other news reports that are also inaccurate, and then people making assumptions, especially regarding the shootings and stuff. Yeah. So just get a lot of perspectives. But yeah, there's so much that I do love about the space as well. And I mean, part of me just wishes that there was no COVID, because I would definitely be here like volunteering and whatnot. But instead, I'm not gonna do that. Mainly because I just think, at least for me, I have health issues that I need to be concerned about as well. Also, as a FYI, I keep saying Chaz accidentally because they, and by they again, don't know who they is. They've tried to rebrand to CHOP, so standing for Capitol Hill blank protest. Now, I say blank because there are some people who believe it's organized and some people who believe it's occupied. So organized protest versus occupied protest versus some people that are still very much fighting for autonomy. There's a petition here, tinyurl.com/defund SPD. There's that volleyball net that I've seen people hold during the protests at the very beginning, and it's still there. Oh, not sure what happened. And also after the shootings this past weekend, a lot of people are calling for, no more drinking, no more, coming just to have fun, which has been the sentiment for a while now. But I think this time especially, this is interesting because a lot of people have also been donating beer. I have seen volunteers walking around offering beers to people. So I hope that behavior also stops. But yeah, there's this Dirty Dog tent. So during coronavirus, coronavirus is still happening, so wear a mask. But before CHOP, they had no business whatsoever. But now they're like popping. They're so busy. Yeah, what services? Oh. You mean emergency services. Okay, so honestly, I don't really know what the reality of the situation is. But I don't actually know, so for example, if someone in this building, right, if they call the police or if they have a actual emergency, I don't know how ambulances are going to get to them. Also because they don't know what to do next, right? So from this past week, we've seen that the policy is before an ambulance is able to come on premises, at least when there's an active shooter, they need the police department to clear the premises first. I don't know if that's the same policy for anything like when there's no shooter, when somebody just needs emergency services. Because the other problem is there are CHOP medics who are trained and also possibly untrained. There's no way to really find out. But there's no way to call them either. So I really don't know what I would do if I needed to go to the hospital. Because, especially here, there's these barricades. I guess they can come in through the other side. But, yeah, maybe. So, yeah, cars are allowed to go through now. But I've seen, very few cars. And they keep saying that 12th, or at least right here, is one lane, but I've also seen cars go both sides. cute little dog. But yeah. Okay, well, I shall end the thread here now. Also, they've been calling out for like hot vegan soup at the stand. So if you guys are here, I think they have plenty of food for those that need it. Okay. All in all, that's it from me. I will end with this. If you guys can read it, we must rapidly shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers profit, motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. MLK. Okay, bye. Oh, also, last thing is that they did, okay, so you see how there's barriers here, right? And some of them have the wooden and some of them are just the cement. They removed that due to fear of drive-bys and being corralled within the space. Because, I mean, sure, they're still there, but at least you can jump over them. But even that decision, there was an argument over that decision, and that's why there's some on and some off. Because some
But do what you do and stop talking about someone else. People's conversations start becoming about what the other person's doing wrong, or why this you shouldn't be doing that, or why that. Stop fucking worrying about what the fuck that they're doing. If they're trying to get the same shit pretty much that you're trying to get, their shine or their whatever the fuck, their shine towards the movement doesn't negate yours. You do what you do well. Let them do what they do well. If something that they are doing is divisive, call it out and stop the division and mend it, or get the fake plants or the agents out. You know.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you got 45 seconds left before time runs out. I got a couple more questions, but if you're good with this, then we can just end it here because I know you're busy. So
yeah, we can tap in later, even a few days or a week or whatever too. But
okay, we can reconnect for sure.
But yeah, no, most definitely.
Things are moving quick there. I know, and there was a couple things we didn't get to talk about, like the shootings, but I'm sure we can talk about it at a later time when the dust has settled a little bit. You go with that?
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, the most thing I can say is y'all keep the unity and try to recognize, instead of pointing out our differences, point out all the things that we have in common and just support each other, even if it's from afar. Do what you do. If you're a leg, be a leg. If you're a head, be a head. That's all I can say.
Alright, it's about to end. We'll talk.
Much love, y'all. Much love. Already.
All right, y'all. Tapping out. Good to see you guys. I love all y'all. Love the Trump supporters. Love the people that don't support Trump. I love all y'all. We'll get through this, and I hope that people don't feel. I hope that people understand and gain some understanding by the end of this. And I hope that you don't hurt too badly once you realize, when people have been having hate in their hearts and that hate gets out of their hearts. I hope that you don't hurt too badly afterwards. But I love all y'all. Peace. Be safe.
Since the overpolicing of black and brown people is closely connected to these issues, I also urge you to defund the police, redistribute funds to community organizations, drop charges against protesters, and impeach Mayor Durkan. Each day these demands go unmet puts lives in danger in the protest zone. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in today. Next up is Ty Nguyen, followed by Eric Gray.
Hello, my name is Ty Nguyen. I represent District 2 or District 1. I am a peer support facilitator at Peer Seattle and a director of community organizing at Seattle Online Broadcasters Association. I stand in support with all three ordinances, but specifically in reference to anti-criminalization of loitering and sex work. As evidence and real-world results show, efforts to criminalize prostitution and sex workers has only done more harm to the victims and to our fellow communities. I hope that through further action and listening to fellow leaders in the space, that sex work and our community can further no longer be decriminalized and treated as a threat to our community. I also request that the council please find time to support the CHOP and our fellow community and do not treat it as something separate from our community. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Eric Gray, followed by Jackie Levitt.
Hi, my name is Eric Gray. I'm a queer HIV positive Indigenous survivor of human trafficking in the commercial sex trade. I'm also City of Seattle Human Rights Commissioner. As a survivor of human trafficking and commercial sex trades, I'm writing to request you not approve CB 119808 and instead vote to revise and assign a survivor-led, diversely staffed, and demographically representative work group to lead the revisions this proposal claims to support. I previously tried to work with City Council, have been pushed out and down by Council Members Erbil's office with my survivor contingency. I would like to have a seat at the table along with many other survivors who have things to say about this bill, particularly around protection of procurers and buyers, which is our only contention with this bill. I think that you're disturbing a restorative justice model, which has allocated $168,000 for supporting survivors of human trafficking and the commercial sex trade. And we need to really understand the full impact of this bill. And in my culture and language, there was no word for prostitution. You need to listen to Indigenous survivors and not white people claiming to represent Indigenous people. Thank you.
Okay, looks like Jackie Levitt is no longer with us, so we're going to move over to Jazz Cabbage.
Hello, my name is Jazz Cabbage. I work in porn as a sex worker. I wanted to speak on why Seattle should remove their drug and prostitution loitering laws. I find it to be an unethical invitation for the police to harass citizens of their choosing, which is to say this is a racist law. It is also shaped to arrest vulnerable populations such as prostitutes and homeless. Just because some might find their presence uncomfortable does not give the police the right to harass citizens. Police keep proving themselves to be a threat to citizens. This law just proves the government wishes the police to harass and harm its own citizens, which is why I wish this law removed and the STD to be defunded. With that, we should also decriminalize prostitution and drug possession, as it is only set up as a cycle through failure by creating a more difficult environment to find help. I yield my time.
Thank you. Looks like Jackie is back with us, so Jackie Levitt is next.
Hi, City Council. Thank you so much for your time. This is Jackie Levitt, and I'm calling, I'm asking that you vote yes on legislation to repeal drug and prostitution loitering, and ask that you advocate for safety in public spaces that accommodate all of us citizens, especially those who are most vulnerable and marginalized. Instead, we can focus on moving away from the cost of incarceration that includes mental and social costs due to the violence and re-traumatization by approaching citizens with weapons, lack of police training to work with the public, and caging. Instead, provide opportunities for those who are facing housing and food insecurities. Please further decriminalize prostitution so we can not only keep people safe, but broaden our chances for community members to move out of any oppressive situations that they may find themselves in. Please do not allow parts of our community to be thrown away. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Tepatasi Vena, followed by Isis Honan.
Hi, Council. My name is Tipa Vaina. I'm a trans woman of color, a sex worker, and community engagement manager at Utopia Seattle. We submitted a policy brief on repressive policing and the occupational health and safety of sex workers in our community. We recommend banning confiscation of condoms, needles, syringes, and other personal protective equipment. We also recommend outlawing any form of extortion of sex workers by law enforcement. We ask you to eliminate soap and soda policies. These laws are based on banishment of marginalized populations as a form of social control and serve to expand a violent carceral system. Furthermore, we ask for the full decriminalization of sex work. We urge cities to defund diversion of sex worker programs and reinvest in organizations that support lives of sex workers and fight against human trafficking. Organizations like Greenlight Project, Utopia Seattle, POC Swap, and Coalition for Safety Rights. For rights and safety. In closing, I thank you for your continued efforts to keeping our community safe, and we ask that you support and pass the bills today.
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Isis Honan, followed by Kira Franz.
Talifa Isis Honan with Utopia Seattle here, fighting for the sex worker rights in King and Pierce County. I am an Indigenous sex worker for over 10 years and a resident of District 3. We advocate for the passage of both bills. We want to ensure that BIPOC trans people are elevated in this conversation and to push City Council to outlaw soap and soda laws, defund anti-sex worker diversion programs, and reinvest in organizations like Utopia Seattle, Washington Black Trans Task Force, Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network, and Project Greenlight. Folder Krim, a sex worker in our fight for body sovereignty and agency. It's worked in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Kira Franz, followed by Bennett Ron.
Thank you. My name is Kira Franz. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm asking the council to pass 119807 and 119808. I've lived in Seattle for 30 years. I've lived here so long that I worked in the public defender's office as an intern just as these laws were starting to be enforced. And I can state from that experience that they were discriminatory from the very beginning. As black body after brown body after black body came in on probation violations based on these laws and were sent back to jail and further disempowered. I've never understood why a progressive society would criminalize what primarily women did voluntarily with their own bodies anyway. As a white-skinned person, I see this as yet another form of control of black and brown bodies that is morally indefensible. I'd ask you to defund and demilitarize the SPD. Prostitution and drug crimes are not crimes against people or property. As such, they are subject to a harm reduction model. Those models are not open to the abuses that have happened with the SPD's vice unit, the very first unit that should.
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Bennett, followed by Perry Countryman.
Hello, City Council. My name is Bennett Braun. I live in District 4 on unceded Indigenous homelands of the Duwamish and Suquamish peoples. I'd like to speak out in support of removing the crimes of drug trafficking and prostitution loitering. I see this as a continuation of our city's effort to reduce harmful and violent policing in our city. Sex work should not be a crime and certainly should not be policed by armed militants. Workers are often people of color, particularly Black and Indigenous, and trans or gender nonconforming folks. Policing related to drug client crimes also impacts these populations much more severely than their white counterparts. In a time when we, the people, are crying out for justice for our Black and particularly trans Black relatives, this repealment would speak volumes towards how we do indeed care about their lives and not just their deaths after the fact. I'd like to comment generally that while this council has made some progress around the effort to defund and demilitarize the police, we are in no way done. I hope to continue to hear the council work towards a more equitable city and a more just world.
Thank you for calling in today. Next up is Perry Countryman, followed by Julia Zaglin.
Hello, my name is Perry Countryman. I'm a resident of District Number 4. I'm calling in support of CD 19808 and 807. These resolutions absolutely need to be passed. By criminalizing an area of employment, you're making it more dangerous for the people who are working there. We are long past thinking that if we penalize sex work, it'll go away. This method of action only gives legal sex work more power over their employees. It's time we recognize sex work is work and not a criminal offense. I yield back.
Thank you for calling in today. Next up is Julia Zaglin, followed by Rebecca Fondon.
My name is Julia Zaglin. I'm a resident of District 6. I would like to speak on the Green Light Project and the fact that in March they began producing hand sanitizer for their community. And I would like you to know that it is really important for you to be funding organizations that actually respond to community needs as they change. And the fact that you haven't met with the Green Light Project sufficiently or encouraged Utopia Project or any other organizations to input isn't evident, and you are going to be having these really long lines of people attempting to express themselves until you start incorporating them and these community members into your legislation more thoroughly, so that we are more updated collectively. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, next up is Rebecca Fondon, and Rebecca will be followed by Elizabeth Slabau.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Fondon, and I currently sit on the Human Rights Commission for the City of Seattle on the Human Trafficking Task Force, and I'm a survivor of human sexual trafficking. We are thinking of throwing away a law because we're using it improperly and inequitably. I'm against the removal of the loitering charge. It is not the law that does not work, it's the application of the law. This law, if repealed, would also decriminalize buyers and traffickers. This would reduce the laws that buyers and traffickers currently could be charged for. We have criminalized the women and the people who are being prostituted through the loitering law. People need to pull over buyers and traffickers for loitering and not prostituted people. Police have been criminalizing the wrong people with this law. If we rid this law, it's like getting through an experiment with one control group. Women have been arrested for loitering and just prostituted, but they have never gone after the buyers and the traffickers for loitering, who are driving around loitering to buy and sell human beings in our city. In order to properly use the application of...
Thank you for calling in. Next up is Elizabeth Slabau.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Slabau. I'm in favor of repealing the 2 anti-loiter laws today. I'm also in favor of decriminalizing sex work, and I want to thank everyone for sharing their stories and perspectives today. I live in District 4. I feel that this is a small adjustment in the direction toward protecting communities of color from the subjective and often oppressive interpretation and power over who belongs and who doesn't, who's a criminal and who isn't, who's vulnerable to police exploitation and who isn't. Seattle police have a history of exploiting and harassing those within so-called vice industries for their benefit, and these repeals remove the police from the tempting exploitation of these situations. This is one great step toward being able to defund the police by cutting the unnecessary laws that target our Black and marginalized communities. Please pass these repeals and keep moving forward to defund the police by 50% and reallocate to Black communities, and please release the protesters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in. That's the last person I have that is signed up and is showing up present on my master list here. I'll just sort of look to our technology department and get confirmation that there aren't any other additional matches available for public comment, and someone from our IT team confirm that for me.
That's it for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. For those folks who may have pre-registered but weren't called on, part of the work that our IT department does is they are looking who to admit into our meetings, is making sure that we can match up your phone number that you're using to call in with the number that you registered with. And so that's important for you to use the same number that you pre-registered with to call in on, so that we can make the match and call on you and allow you unmute your microphone. So Thank you so much for everybody who called in to give public testimony. We took about 45 minutes worth of public comment. Really appreciate everybody taking the time to call in on the important legislative issues on our agenda. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and begin items of business on our agenda. First up is payment of the bills, and I'd ask that the clerk please read that item into the record.
Council Bill 119809, appropriating money to pay for office claims for the week of June 8, 2020 through June 12, 2020, and ordering the payment thereof.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will move to pass Council Bill 119809. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill pass. Are there any comments? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Sawant. Aye. Strauss. Aye. Herbold. Aye. Juarez.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Morales. Aye. Mosqueda. Aye. Peterson.
Aye.
Council President Gonzalez.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes and the chair will sign it. And I'd ask that the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf. Okay, folks, moving along to item 1. I would ask that the clerk please read agenda item 1 into the record.
Agenda item 1, Council Bill 119802, relating to the Office of Housing and the Department of Finance and Administrative Services, authorizing the acceptance of a transfer of real property near the Mount Baker Light Rail Station from the University of Washington for the purpose of development of affordable housing and other potential educational, research, and clinical uses by the university, including an early learning facility and for general municipal purposes. Placing the property under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Housing, authorizing the Department of Finance and Administrative Services to take custodial management of the property, including leasing, collection of rents, payments of expenses, and other property management duties, and ratifying and confirming such and prior acts.
Thank you so much. I will move to pass Council Bill 119802. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass the bill. Councilmember Mosqueda, you are the sponsor of this bill, so you are recognized in order to address this item.
Thank you, Council President. Council colleagues, this legislation authorizes the city to accept at no cost the transfer of property at the University of Washington laundry site near the Mount Baker Light Rail Station from the University of Washington for the purposes of developing affordable housing along with other potential amenities, including educational services, research services, clinical uses, including such things as an early learning facility as outlined in the state's capital budget. We heard from Council Central staff last week and the Office of Housing, in addition to FAS, about the transfer at our council briefing. And as we discussed in last week's meeting, this is a really exciting opportunity for transit-oriented affordable housing co-located with early learning facilities and other important community and amenities such as services and opportunities for partnership with labor and community. I know that many of our colleagues have already expressed interest in seeing this property support the community vision, especially from Black and Brown-led community organizers and organizations. The vision for creating a more walkable, livable environment, for creating more opportunities for community services, amenities in this building space that directly impact the local community and are built in alignment with what the community is asking for, and that we integrate the building and the vision into the broader neighborhood plan. And that means things like community home ownership opportunities, adjacent to sound transit opportunities, looking forward to working with all of you in the community and with the leadership of Councilmember Morales, who spoke to this last week about making sure that when we do development, it's development done right in the model that the community has put forward. So that'll be an exciting opportunity. As we heard from the Office of Housing, community engagement will commence this year to develop the RFP for the site, and we express a strong interest in having the Office of Housing come back to council with the draft RFP before it's issued, which Director Alvarado from the Office of Housing expressed that she would be happy to do so. And our office will be working with all of you and the Office of Housing to schedule that time. The legislation introduced is routine legislation that allows for us to accept the property and comply with the state requirements for the transfer to take place prior to June 30th. And with that context, I'll hand it back over to you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mosqueda. Are there any other comments or questions from colleagues? I know we've had an opportunity to discuss this bill a few times already, both in council briefing and in full council. So are there any other questions or comments on the bill? Okay, thank you all so much. Really exciting opportunity here, and looking forward to voting in favor of this bill once the roll is called. So at this point, I will have the clerk call the roll. Oh, yes, Councilmember Mosqueda.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly before the roll is called, I want to say thank you to our council colleagues for engaging in this process relatively quickly, and also to Emily Alvarado, the Director of Office of Housing, and her team for moving swiftly. A quick thank you to Representative Chop for pushing the transfer to utilize this land for affordable housing, and to the university for engaging with us. You know, I think it's a loss of good living wage union jobs, but I think if we're able to use this property to create more good living wage union jobs and housing and other additional amenities into the future, it truly does serve that vision that we've all talked about using public land for the best public purpose and prioritizing public services, so that we don't create a situation where more people are displaced or that we lose an opportunity to create public amenities on public space. So thanks to Office of Housing and FAS for their work to make this happen. And quickly, thank you to Erin House for her fast work from my office to get all the details together and to do some stakeholdering and final touches to the legislation. I appreciate her work on this.
Thank you so much. Okay, if there are no other comments on the bill, we'll go ahead and move to a roll call. I would ask that the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill.
Sawant.
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Herbold.
Aye.
Juarez.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Mosqueda.
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
President Gonzalez.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The bill passes and the chair will sign it. And I would ask that the clerk please affix my signatures to the legislation on my behalf. Okay, item 2, I would ask that the clerk please read agenda item 2 into the record.
Agenda item 2, Council Bill 119807, relating to the city's criminal code, removing the crime of drug traffic loitering and associated references in the Seattle Municipal Code, amending section 10.09.010 of Seattle Municipal Code, and repealing section 12A.20.050 of the Seattle Municipal Code.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I will move to pass Council Bill 119807. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. It has been moved and seconded to pass the bill. Councilmember Lewis, you are the prime sponsor of the bill, so you are recognized in order to address this item.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to speak. My remarks will be broad enough to cover both ordinances. So that's including 119808.
Councilmember Lewis, would you like for both bills to be read into the record, and then we can vote on them separately so that folks can comment on both bills as a package?
Well, I'm going to leave the bulk of the comments on 119808 to Councilmember Peterson, who is a co-sponsor on that measure and has some remarks that he wants to give. So I guess I would rather just go ahead procedurally and do them separately,
sure.
Just on the prearranged. But my comments will be broad enough to speak to both of them, and I'll let Councilmember Peterson speak more in depth on 119808. So, in repealing these ordinances, this is something that's been on my to-do list since taking office in January. As a former prosecutor in the city attorney's office, I believe in our social contract and being a community that is guided by a system of law. But I've always felt that these particular statutes criminalize conduct that is so innocuous and speculative that it makes a mockery of that entire system of justice, and keeping them on the books just continues to perpetuate that mockery. I can cite as a basis for removing these laws that the city attorney, Pete Holmes, has a standing policy to not charge these particular crimes. Or I could cite our own reentry report, which emphatically a couple of years ago in 2018 recommended the repeal of these manifestly unjust ordinances. But in truth, I think the real reason for repeal goes back even further, and it goes back deeper. And it speaks to the fact that many people in our community, particularly communities of color, have been urging repeal of these ordinances for years. And indeed, it is not accurate for us to call these ordinances outdated. As I mentioned in briefing this morning, I firmly believe that. I think to do so implies that these ordinances had their purpose and had their day, and new realities have made them irrelevant. And, fax machines are outdated. Like, these laws were never appropriate. They were wrong when they were enacted, and they are wrong now. And I want to thank the many community organizations, many of who spoke up today, who have been organizing on both these ordinances and have long been educating the public on the need for these repeals. We heard from Decriminalize Seattle Coalition, Sex Worker Outreach Project, Green Light Project, and many more. And this is an important step, these repeals, and I'm proud to prime sponsor both of these repeals. And I look forward to helping to right these historic wrongs and be an ally of the work that community has done on these. I want to thank Camila Brown in my office, who helped put these together, and Ashland Central staff for their hard work on getting this timely legislation together and queuing it up now. And I urge passage of both of these bills, and I'll when we queue up 11-9-808, I know Councilmember Peterson has remarks speaking to 11-9-808 that I, as the prime sponsor, would defer to him to speak for me on.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lewis. Are there any other comments on the bill? Councilmember Herbold, please.
Thank you. I just want to quote from a section in the October 2018 reentry report that I found particularly moving. In producing and delivering the report, many individuals and organizations provided support and expertise, and the report authors provide an acknowledgement that, again, I'd like to share. The acknowledgement is, we also recognize those who have been supporting folks returning from incarceration and organizing for institutional change for a very long time. We know that much of that work has been done without compensation or acknowledgement, yet done with love and an unyielding commitment to family and community strength. We thank you for that work and hope these recommendations support you. We also acknowledge that the individuals most impacted by the recommendations in this report are unable to join us at the city's tables as they are still incarcerated. We did this work in your honor. Before I close my comments, I also want to just highlight that another one of the reentry report's recommendations was the expansion of the current pre-file diversion program. And in the last few weeks, we received a set of recommendations from the city attorney's office as it relates specifically to the council's prior interests. We, during the budget process, passed a statement of legislative intent asking for these recommendations from the city attorney, and they're looking at a model of a program that will serve 25 and older, and would base the program model on the successes of the young adult program through that we all know is Choose 180. They identify the need for funding for a racial equity toolkit in designing the expansion model, and let us know that the cost to complete the racial equity toolkit would be about $25,000 of one-time money. So I just want to mention this, take this opportunity so my colleagues on the council know of my interest in implementing the recommendations of the city attorney to begin the the RET process, the Racial Equity Toolkit process, to develop an adult program, and look forward to hopefully talking about the resources that the city attorney needs to do this RET in our June rebalancing package. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. Any other comments on this first bill? Councilmember Mosqueda, please.
Council President, I want to thank the co-sponsors of this legislation, and I know that Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Peterson are speaking. I want to thank Councilmember Morales as well. I believe that you're a co-sponsor of the legislation in front of us too, and thank you all for bringing this forward and really lifting up the voices that we've heard from today's public comment, and so many of the folks that we had worked with last year's budget to provide additional dollars to sex workers as folks are trying to both have self-determination and respond to upcoming issues that they see on a daily basis, and knowing that they're in the best driver's seat to make those decisions. So really excited about the work that you've done, and to give a huge thank you to the reentry work group who produced these policy recommendations. This is a really great step forward in undoing the racist policies that go all the way back to the war on drugs. And I'm excited that we as a council are taking these steps, especially during this movement that is demanding action, the Black Lives Matter movement demanding accountability and action. And I look forward to voting enthusiastically yes on this bill.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mosqueda. Any other comments on this first bill? Okay, looks like there are no additional comments on this particular bill, so I will go ahead and ask the clerk to please call the roll on the passage of the bill.
DeWant.
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Herbold. Herbold.
Aye.
Juarez.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Mosqueda.
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
President Gonzalez.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes and the chair will sign it. I'd ask that the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf. Okay, folks, moving along, I would ask that the clerk please read agenda item 3 into the record.
Agenda item 3, Council Bill 119808, relating to the city's criminal code, removing the crime of prostitution, loitering, and associated references in the Seattle Municipal Code, amending sections 12A.10.070 and 12A.10.100, and repealing section 12A.10.010 of the Seattle Municipal Code.
Thank you so much. I will move to pass Council Bill 119808. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass the bill. Councilmember Peterson, I understand you're going to take the first go at speaking about this bill, and then I understand Councilmember Morales would like to make some remarks after you, also as a co-sponsor of the bill. So, Councilmember Peterson, you are recognized in order to address this item. Please.
Thank you, Council President. So first, I want to thank everybody who took the time to email us, to email our offices, and to call us, and to call in today for public comment to support Council Bill 119808 to repeal the prostitution loitering law. The brutal killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police, which followed countless other wrong acts and centuries of racism, have refocused our nation's attention on the need to prevent disproportionate impacts of our law enforcement system on Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, and repealing problematic laws on our books, such as these loitering laws. That's a small but important step that this City Council can take. Council Bill 119808, if adopted today, will repeal Seattle's prostitution loitering law, which is currently section 12A.10.010 of our Seattle Municipal Code. I believe it's vital that we support the recommendation of the Seattle Reentry Work Group to repeal this law, to eliminate another potential source of disproportionate harm or jeopardy to communities of color from our policing and carceral system. Thank you to Councilmembers Lewis and Morales for co-sponsoring this. And thank you to the city attorney and also Councilmember Herbold for her work on this issue. I want to thank Kara on my staff and also Asha on our City Council Central staff for their work and engagement on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peterson, for those remarks. Councilmember Morales, please.
Thank you, Council President Gonzalez. I do want to thank Councilmember Lewis for bringing forth this legislation. We know that loitering laws have a deep and harmful racist history, so these bills do offer an important first step. As many of our callers mentioned today, we do have a lot more work to do to protect our neighbors who are sex workers. And I just want to say, as many of our public commenters did as well, that I look forward to working with Sheree Lascelles, with the Greenlight Project, and the Decriminalize Seattle Coalition to understand the best way to move forward with decriminalizing sex work so that they feel safe calling the police, so they can access healthcare and banking. We know that this is a complex issue, so we need to make sure we're protecting sex workers by not conflating consensual sex work with those who are being trafficked. And we need to enforce and prosecute traffickers so that we can end that exploitation that's happening. This is just the beginning, and we've been in communication with Sheree for a while and look forward to continuing a conversation to make sure that we continue this work and the steps that Jackie Vaughn outlined when she called in as well. So thank you to Councilmember Lewis and for your co-sponsorship as well, Councilmember Peterson, and we will continue to move this work forward.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Lewis, would you like to make some remarks about this bill as well?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just very briefly, I think Councilmember Peterson and Councilmember Morales did an excellent job of summarizing the critical nature of this repeal. The only thing that I would say, just sort of looking beyond this repeal to kind of the future of the task that's in front of us, I had the great privilege of being able to see a very moving presentation by the folks who do organizing at the Aurora Commons at the 36th District Democrats earlier this year when there were still in-person meetings of that organization, where a number of people with lived experience having been sex workers or working with sex workers in the Aurora corridor presented about the challenges that community is facing and really the lack of comprehensive city services to help folks get the resources they need through the programming of Aurora Commons to finally get out of the cycle that they're in. These repeals are a really good start, but it does underscore the need for investment and standing up of tiny house villages, of permanent supportive housing, of wraparound services, of a lot of the ancillary resources that are critical for folks who are trying to break the cycle of being in cycles of trafficking, substance addiction, and sex work in the city. And I look forward to working with everybody here to try to make those commitments. I think it's certainly part of our conversation around defunding and right sizing of services in our conversation about the police department. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of the organizations that we've talked about here today and the great impactful work Aurora Commons is doing in this area. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, for those words and for that work. Are there any additional comments on the bill? Councilmember Mosqueda and then Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President, and thanks again to the co-sponsors of this legislation. I would be remiss if I didn't also take a quick moment to recognize and thank Sheree Lascelles for their long-standing work with the People of Color Sex Worker Outreach Project and the Greenlight Project. I was really honored that my office, led by Aretha Basu, worked with the folks there to include POC/SWAP in last year's budget cycle to get funding for the critical harm reduction work that they do. And really proud of this council. Excited to take this vote again today.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda. Okay, we're going to head over now to Councilmember Strauss, please.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the bill sponsors. This is a good piece of legislation. As Councilmember Lewis stated earlier, this is not outdated because there was never a date that this was necessarily appropriate. It reminds me of using traffic stops to investigate other crimes that are not related to that traffic stop. So just want to briefly say thank you to the council members for bringing this forward, the sponsors and community for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strauss. Any other comments on the bill? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I would ask that the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill.
Sawant.
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Herbold.
Aye.
Juarez.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Mosqueda.
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
President Gonzalez.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes and the chair will sign it. And I'd ask that the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf. Okay, folks, we have reached other business on our agenda. Is there any other further business to come before the council? Councilmember Mosqueda, please.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick update at council briefing this morning, I described the process for Wednesday's budget committee meetings. I noted that there's 2 sessions as we have per usual Wednesdays, a 10 a.m. and a 2 p.m. Unfortunately, the technology is not going to work for one URL to sign up. So we will still have an 8 a.m. sign up opportunity and a noon sign up opportunity for both of those hearings. We will be asking folks to just speak at one or the other. So instead of having folks sign up just at the 8 a.m. time frame, you do have a chance as well to sign up at noon, beginning at noon for our 2 p.m. hearing. And we encourage as many people as possible to get into the window. Again, 1-minute time slots because there's going to be a lot of people signed up, but I did want to correct the record. A 10 a.m. sign up starts at 8 a.m. and a 2 p.m. public testimony starts at noon.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosqueda, for that clarification. And just to remind folks, the ordinary rules around remote public comment do apply to those pre-registration sheets. I think that the interest of Budget Chair Mosqueda is to make sure that there aren't 2 bites at the apple, as they say, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, largely because we want to hear from as many different people as we can. So we will be following a duplicate protocol here. And if folks have signed up both at 8 o'clock and at the 8 o'clock hour and at the 10 o'clock hour, please be aware that you will only be allowed to provide public testimony once on Wednesday and not twice. And so our legislative IT department will work with the chair to make sure that those duplicates are culled out appropriately. Have I stated that intent correctly, Chair Mosqueda?
That's correct. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Just want to make sure that it's crystal clear for those folks who are looking to sign up and pre-register for public comment on Wednesday. Thank you. Is there any other further business to come before the council? Okay, hearing none, colleagues, this concludes the items of business on today's agenda. Our next City Council meeting is Monday, June 29th, 2020 at 2 p.m. It will be another remote meeting. That is it for today. We are adjourned, and I hope that you all have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
or locked. So if anyone watching has secret tips to get in an elevator, so here's floor 6. It's locked. Floor 5, hopefully I didn't lock myself in, but looks like I did, so I guess I'll just have to go all the way down. Bear with me 1 second, I gotta switch to a message. Okay, floor 4 also locked, so I'm guessing I'm gonna have to go all the way down. I have already checked in for... Yeah, Victoria, that's exactly what I did. So the elevators do not reach. You're not able to get to 6 or 7 without a key card, which is why I'm trying the stairwell. And I was at least able to get back into 1, but so now back at the lobby, and I'm actually just gonna go, well, let's see, they're probably gonna have to come out of the elevator bank, so I might hang at the lobby area to see where who comes out of this meeting. But for now, I'm actually going to end this stream and go set up my camera in the official presser room. So it's 3:42. I'll probably be back in like 10 minutes or so.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here today. It is 4:06, and I just wanted to let you know I've received word we will be starting around 4:15. So just so you know, if people are asking back at the station when we make it started, 4:15. And I also want to thank everyone in the room for helping us adhere to social distancing guidelines. This looks really nice. Everyone's nice and spread out, so I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
opposite. So, but I guess that would be pretty privileged if that was the worst thing that happened to me today was I got a parking ticket. So, we'll see. Also, for those of you that know me well, it is, I'm trying to bring up the weather right now. It is, weather says it's 76 degrees outside right now, and I am wearing pants, which is absurd. So I am sweating profusely, which is why my face probably looks a little sweaty. This never happens, but I figured I probably shouldn't wear shorts to a council or to a city press meeting, I guess. I don't know what they're officially calling this thing. Hoping that I have enough juice here. I didn't bring everything in because I wasn't sure if what we'd have to go through check-wise, so I literally just brought my 2 devices and my and my DSLR. So
sweatshirt, riding your bicycle.
I did yoga this morning, guys, and that was fantastic. And I feel pretty good after doing that. I wish I was doing yoga tomorrow. I guess I could do it online. I could just do YouTube yoga. We'll see. I think this is only the second time I've ever been in City Hall. I did some sort of commercial in here.
And we are looking at lawsuits, and there will be lawsuits, and there should be lawsuits. And so that's coming, and there have already been lawsuits filed by Black Lives Matter King County. They have great attorneys. There will be other lawsuits filed by some other great attorneys. I know one here, and I know myself. So it's coming. I'm coming. I'm from Auburn, Washington. I went to UW. All of this happened to me when I was growing up, when I got stopped on my bicycle, when I got stopped in the U District. Other kids, they get to party. White kids get to party. But for me, I'm afraid of being arrested. So we're coming. You built me. Thank you.
So you asked me if doctors can determine if I can see out of my left eye. At this point, no, they can't determine because they basically said I was a tough cookie because the amount of force, blunt trauma to my eye. They said I actually should have a hole in the back of my head as well. And it's basically in stages, so they have to go from lens to cornea, which they can tell that's pretty damaged and beat up. I'm guessing hence the cataracts early. And then there's so much blood in the back of my eye, they can't really tell. And they're leaning on, is her retina attached or detached? So I'm basically at that point. Tomorrow I have another appointment since May 30th, including the ER. That will be appointment number 9. And it's exhausting. So, no, they can't tell at this point. Thank you.
Any other questions? Absolutely.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for being here. It's recognize everyone. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Today, the chief and I wanted to share some of what we're doing in Seattle to lead the nation in reimagining public safety and in investing in our community. After meeting with community leaders and organizations, demonstrators, business, and residents of Seattle in the last 3 weeks, and hearing many demands for change, I wanted to share an update on what actions the city is taking in response to community to address the systemic inequities in Seattle. We will be investing in Black communities, investing in young people, rethinking and reimagining policing, including our culture and budgets. We will have accountability and reform measures, including statewide reforms of police unions. Across the city, hundreds of thousands have gathered at different days and different events. At least one event had approximately 85,000 people who marched silently, in solidarity, and peacefully. And though they were silent, their message was strong and loud and clear. For nearly 2 weeks, people have been gathering on Capitol Hill. Many are there to continue their protests, to build community and demand change. Over the days, tens of thousands of people have peacefully gathered or visited Capitol Hill. During the day, there have been no major incidents, but we know it is very different at night, particularly in recent nights. The cumulative impacts of the gatherings and protests and the nighttime atmosphere and violence has led to increasingly difficult circumstances for our businesses and residents. Most of them supported protesters right to gather at the outset. They stand with them in solidarity, but the impacts have increased and the safety has decreased. Both on Saturday morning and last night, there were incidents of gun violence, and that escalating violence concerns me, Chief Best, residents, businesses, and the greater community. All of Capitol Hill has been impacted. No violence is acceptable, and we have worked hard to address gun violence in our city, particularly youth violence. Yet Saturday, a 19-year-old tragically lost his life to gun violence. As a mother of a 19-year-old boy, I cannot imagine the pain of his mother and his family. We must do better here and in Seattle and across the country. Just in the last few days, we have witnessed that it is a violent time in our nation. Just this weekend, 2 people were killed and 17 wounded in Charlotte. 1 was killed and 11 wounded in Minneapolis. 13 dead and 106 wounded in Chicago. The previous weekend, 4 killed and 15 wounded in 12 different shootings in New Orleans. The hurt continues. Seattle demands that I do better, the chief do better, and that we do better. And we agree. I will let Chief Best address what they're doing in those cases and those investigations. But we've heard from people on Capitol Hill and across the city that the gun violence unfolding at night is not only wrong, it also is undermining and distracting from the message for change that we are hearing in the street and in so many of the peaceful protests. It is not unnoticed that the victims were Black men at a time we're called upon and working to dismantle the racist systems that disproportionately affect Black Americans, particularly Black men. While we believe individuals, organizations, and others can continue to gather on Capitol Hill peacefully, the continued disorder, the violence, and the impacts on residents and businesses are not just at odds with the message of justice and equity. They cannot continue to occur. We are working with community to bring this to an end. Capitol Hill belongs to everyone in this city, and it is of deep, deep importance to the LGBTQ community, particularly during June, the month of Pride. Businesses need to open. Many of them have barely survived the COVID shutdown, and they and their employees are ready to get back to work, and they should be allowed to do so. The organizers at Capitol Hill have concluded that they should not gather overnight. We need to disrupt the cycle of violence. In recent days, we have deployed community resources to both de-escalate the area and to move people to services. We will continue working with and deploying these community organizations to change the circumstances on Capitol Hill. We have heard many over the last 2 weeks say that we as a city need to respond to community with community-based solutions, not always police. That's why we are engaging those partners now, like Not This Time, Community Passageways, and other Black-led organizations. I am hopeful and confident that these organizations that we are in dialogue with and others will work to encourage individuals to leave voluntarily, and we're working with those organizations and community leaders to resolve that situation. Our Human Services Department is also setting in place officers of services for those individuals experiencing homelessness in the area, so we can move them to a better and safer place. But the city will not allow for gun violence to continue in the evenings around Capitol Hill. And if individuals continue to remain at the park, we will be looking at additional steps to ensure community safety. All the residents, businesses, and leaders here today are aligned that we cannot let acts of violence define this movement for change. We also need to open Capitol Hill, Cal Anderson Park, and those blocks for businesses, employees, visitors, and residents. The call for change comes at a time when Seattle is witnessing the convergence of 3 major crises: a global pandemic that continues, a financial downturn that has impacted so many, and institutional racism, all of which disproportionately affect people of color, particularly Black Americans. This week, I will be going to the City Council with my 2020 budget rebalancing plan that reflects the hundreds of millions of dollars that the city will spend on COVID-19 relief, but it will also make new investments in community. As I present my updated 2020 budget this week and prepare next year's 21 budget in the coming months, these are my priorities for community safety. First, investing in Black and marginalized communities. True public safety does not come just from police. For the last year, we have been working to have better systems in place to build more resilience and more strength in community, and we will continue to do that. One concrete way we want to make sure that communities know they have a place in Seattle is to help them build wealth and return legacy properties to them. We have been working for some time to transfer Bird Bar Place and the Central Area Senior Center and Fire Station in the Central District to the community. We will expedite that process so that people can be rooted in their community. King County Equity Now says the process has been too long, and process is part of the problem. Our process always disadvantages certain communities. I agree, so we will expedite those transfers. We will also invest in young people and youth opportunity. We want to give everything from free college to preschool to transit passes. We cannot achieve justice unless we have educational justice. As part of my budget this week, I will be committing another $5 million for mentoring and summer learning for Black youth. We also have to continue to look at police accountability and reform, and not just in Seattle, but statewide. A key to this will be reforming some of the union rights in state law. I'll be sharing more about this in the coming week, but we also know we have to rethink and reimagine policing, including our culture and budget. We have talked a lot about that, the chief and I, and others in community. And we know there are so many calls that police get that they respond because the other systems in society have failed. We had over 17,000 crisis calls the Seattle Police Department responded to last year. We need to build a system where those calls never have to be made, or when they are made, we can have first a person with mental health training or de-escalation training or community-based deal with those. We are asking police officers more and more to deal with all of the problems that society has created by underfunding the things we need to do to have a strong society. Part of rethinking police should also be on the long-term plans, not just for the East Precinct, but for the areas around it on Capitol Hill. And also by how police and community resources are presented in the community. We know that we need to have a true community space with connections to community-based organizations, health clinics, restorative justice programs that work hand in hand with the chief and her officers. Capitol Hill has always been the epicenter of justice and change and reflects individuals and the communities there most impacted by policing. Like all of Seattle, Capitol Hill is the ancestral lands of the Duwamish people, but for decades it has also been a refuge for the LGBTQ community. That's where we centered our fight for equality and where we found sanctuary. Cal Anderson Park is named for the first gay legislator who in the 1990s every year sponsored a bill to give protections to gays and was never successful. It was not until last week in 2020 that the Supreme Court finally made it the law of the land and extended non-discrimination laws to LGBTQ community. But at the same time, Capitol Hill is the gateway to the Central District, the historic heart of the Black community in Seattle. But it is a historic heart that they can no longer call home. When I grew up here, the community was 75% Black. Today it is less than 14% Black. Their history, their homes, their ties to community have been erased, and we must work to reestablish that. I am working with Black leaders on a plan to create a space on Capitol Hill to support community voices in rethinking and reimagining policing and on the greater investments we know we must make to really dismantle our systemic racism. These conversations are ongoing and must be led by the community themselves. I hope to have more to share on this soon. In addition, I will say that in some of the conversations we had, Black Lives Matter, Seattle King County has made it clear that they support Reverend Walden, who is here today, and her leadership in helping determine the long-term future of the East Precinct for the Seattle Police Department. The history of that precinct is rooted in Black-led organizing, and I will let her describe that more, but we will also be including in the budget additional resources for community engagement on policing and community ahead of my 2021 budget. I want to make sure that I support and give Chief Best everything she needs as she leads this dialogue with community on how to reimagining policing and how to have it live up to her vision of what community and police do together. But Chief Best has made it clear to me that for the short term, SPD will need the East Precinct to appropriately respond to more than 100,000 911 calls. SPD will be returning to the East Precinct. We will do it peacefully and in the near future. I'll let Chief Best talk about that further. But it is clear, while the physical space is important, we are going to focus our greatest efforts on reimagining policing itself. This means we can no longer have police be the first responders to deal with every call for help. It means deploying the right person with the right skills in the right situation, like mental health specialists, domestic violence counselors, or addiction counselors. There are times when police have to be the ones responding, but they will tell you there are times when it would be best to have others on the ground first. We have created new programs in Seattle to redirect and reduce our 911 calls for service, including the Seattle Fire Department's Health One services, which is a mobile medical clinic that addresses low acuity situations, and we added nurses to homeless shelters. Just want to emphasize that again. Time and time again, we saw that in the downtown core, there were people with mental health and behavioral health challenges that people would call the police because they were causing a disturbance. But the police usually have only one response. If they take someone, it is either to Harborview or the jail, and we have seen the cycle of that creates. When it's the fire department in Health One, a trained medic and a social worker respond to get the person stabilized, to get them the help they need, and to reduce the need for police. We will expand on programs like this. Reimagining policing also requires accountability. Decades of work here led to the creation of our accountability system, including OPA, OIG, and the CPC. These independent oversight entities were designed to give community and civilian accountability to SPD. We must support them and give them the resources they need and allow them to do their jobs. Community also has asked for a greater role in guiding the next contract with SPD officers. I agree that this is key, and we are continuing to have dialogue on how to make this commitment meaningful and real. Together, we will reimagine policing and public safety, and we will invest in communities who have been left behind for far too long. A vision for a new era of police and community resilience won't end with these proposals. We must also fundamentally reform every other component of our society, our tax system, access to health care, education, among others. And that work is underway. Racism is a living, breathing organism. It permeates our society in so many ways. And we can only undo racism and begin to undo the trauma and injustice by really centering the voices of the people who are affected. As much as I wish there could be an immediate end to all of these issues, there is not. This city and cities like us across the country are all grappling with the same realities. We have had hundreds of years of systemic injustice. It will not be undone in a day or in any one city. But yet, we must try. And we must try to start putting in real and meaningful changes so that we can build generational and legacy change for all of the children in Seattle. I would like to ask all of the city to join us in this, to move forward, to reimagine this together, and to show that Seattle can lead the nation in a way to take what are difficult and challenging and generational inequities and issues and find a way to make our city and our country better. Thank you very much, and I'll now turn it over to Chief Best.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. Before I begin, I just want to tell you how honored I am to stand with so many wonderful and distinguished community members and people who support public safety. First, Chief Harold Scoggins, who has been, relentless and untiring in all your efforts, a wonderful partner in community safety, and I feel, just honored to acknowledge the work that you've done and continue to do on behalf of the city. We have Victoria Beach, who is the president of our African American Advisory Council, Dr. Reverend Carrie Anderson from First AME, Reverend Walden, who many of you know is a community activist, Hisham Farajala from the Idris Mosque, a longtime supporter and person of great compassion and care. We also have Andre Taylor from Not This Time. Many of you will recognize and know him. Elise Chernin from the GSBA, a wonderful leader there, and also a long supporter of public safety. Bishop Gary Tyson, again, another person who has been a long supporter of public safety, policing, and cares very deeply and very greatly about this community and everything that happens in it. And then lastly but not leastly, Dr. Sheila Edwards-Lang, if I'm saying that Lang, if I say that correctly, who has also been a longtime community supporter. We have people here standing with us today who have a long history of giving their time, their effort, and their lifeblood to the safety of the city of Seattle. For those community members who were not able to join us today, I thank all of you for your continued support of your Seattle Police Department. But we cannot move forward as a community, as a city, or a police department unless all of us are working together. I would like to provide first a recap of this weekend's events and then move on to what the mayor talked about re-envisioning and reimagining policing in the future, and Seattle leading the way on that. So 3 people were shot in the course of 48 hours in Capitol Hill, in the area known as the CHOP. The first shooting happened early Saturday morning. A 19-year-old man was killed, and a 33-year-old man still remains hospitalized in critical condition. Last night, gunfire erupted again, and a teenager was shot in the arm. SPD officers responded to all of these incidents, and on Saturday night, upon entering the CHOP, they were met with a hostile crowd that prevented them from getting to the victims. Because we couldn't guarantee the safety for the first responders to enter, neither officers or medics were able to get there and treat the wounded. And yes, there are countless individuals who are in the CHOP that are there to engage, as the mayor said earlier, in peaceful demonstrations. But there are also groups of individuals engaging in shootings, a rape, assaults, burglary, arson, and property destruction. And I have the police reports right here. I'm not making it up. These things have happened. We cannot walk away from the truth of what is happening there. This is not about politics, and I'm not a politician. This isn't a debate about First Amendment rights. This is about life or death. So we need a plan. The council legislated away officers' access to less lethal tools when in fact we had in place a temporary restraining order by Judge Jones, and we would ask and hope that they would reconsider and make our ability to respond to these incidents and use the appropriate tools available to us. No one, especially the officers, want to be in a situation where they have to use any other option, the only options left to us, which actually ends up being, our batons or a gun, neither of which are the appropriate response to the situations that we're seeing up on the Hill. The Seattle Police Department spent years developing the gold standard of use of force policy. It was done in coordination with the Federal Monitor, the Department of Justice, and the federal court. Let that work and oversight process allow us to use these tools when absolutely necessary, as the judge has defined. I cannot stand by not another second and watch another Black man, or anyone really, die in our streets while people aggressively thwart the efforts of police and other first responders from rescuing them. A life might have been saved if not for the circumstances created by hasty legislation. I wanted this job. It's no secret. I love the job. I love being the police chief. I care deeply about the community, but we need the council and others to support us and assist us in preventing further loss of life. There has to be an end to the chaos that has been celebrated by some. I talk to people in that community all the time. They are telling me it's getting worse every single day. And I know as well as anybody that Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter Seattle-King County has made it clear that the council needs to allow community-led leadership, as the mayor talked about, community-led leadership to lead the process. The lives of the Black community should not be caught up in political posturing, maneuvering, and pandering. I know Mayor Durkin stands with me and supports me. We are both champions of police reform, and we need the council to join in that work instead of focusing on how best to lay off city employees. I also have to stand up for the men and women of the Seattle Police Department. Our officers need to get back in that East Precinct. Before I close, I want to look to tomorrow, to next week, and to next year. We all know that policing is never going to be the same as it was. Not in the nation, not in our state, and not in our city. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. We have to make change. We have to re-envision and reimagine how we're going to move forward. And as the mayor said, it has to be community-led, hand in hand, working with the very people that we're serving. First and foremost, the Seattle Police Department commits to joining our community. Community must not just advise us, they must lead us. We are also weeks into a process critically examining what we will ask our officers to do every day and whether they need to do it. So much has been placed on them because of failures in other systems, and the mayor talked about it earlier. 16,995 crisis calls. That's how many cops responded to in an 18-month period. So maybe there is a better way to have a different response from a different institution or different level of service that can be provided. We're open to all of that. Again, community-led. And in our new model of policing and community safety, the entire structure and mission of the Seattle Police Department has to be reimagined and re-envisioned. And it will be done with direct community guidance. We'll be looking to the community to come to us and talk to us person to person, face to face, to make sure that we're initiating the steps that the community wants to see. These are the initial steps. You know, I used to run track. You know, that was a long time ago, but I did. and you know, you have to warm up first. But I intend for this to be both a sprint to address our critical immediate needs and a marathon for our continuous improvement under this new paradigm shift led by the Seattle Police Department and the Mayor's Office. Seattle PD is releasing additional notes on this, but we need and we will do this with community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Wow. All I can say is wow. World is turned. I'm here I actually speaking for history because that's what I love. I'm also here to support Chief Best in getting back into the East Precinct. I mean, I really and truly, East Precinct came about because of Sam Smith. He was the first African-American person elected to the City Council, and that's where the City Council worked differently. It was no districts then. And so when a council person was elected then, they had to serve the whole city. I mean, people might want to research that and go and look at the archives and see how things got done and compare that. You might want to do something about that. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about what leadership is and what leadership looked like when Sam Smith was here. Was the first person. Sam Smith got elected, and then he started in 1977 actually talking about the East. It was no precinct in East, okay? No precinct at all. And calls for service to the central area took like 45 minutes, and in some cases they had to all the way down to the lake. That's what that precinct does. And we have a gratitude, a debt of gratitude for Sam Smith, and he was courageous. And you know what Sam Smith would do? His door was always open, and he would have his lunch back. Anybody could come and sit with him and have lunch with Sam Smith. And you know how he greeted everyone? He said, "How you doing, neighbor?" So that's my new saying now. I'm saying, "How you doing, neighbor? Let's turn this around here." Okay, that's what leadership is. Let's lead here and let's turn it around. East Precinct needs to be open. The guys need to be in there doing the work. And I know I'm gonna take a lot of heat. People say, "I thought she was against the police." You know, I'm for equity. I'm for justice, and I think we need to do both and. We need to get it open, and then we need to look at reimagining policing, look at the resources, but we have to be willing to do both and in a world so a world can work. Thank you.
To Mayor Durkin, Chief Best, Chief Scoggins, to my community partners that's standing here with us today, and to you, my brothers and sisters, I am Pastor Kerry Anderson of First AME Church in Seattle, Washington, which happens to be on 14th Avenue between Pine on the north and Pike on the south, right in the Capitol Hill area. Our church has been there since 1886. I'm reminded of theologian and author Jim Wallace, who said, to find common ground, we must first move to higher ground. This is a conversation that we must engage in today to move to the ideal of common ground by moving to a higher ground. With those who are a part of the CHOP family and the CHOP community, I stand here to say that I agree with some of the principles that you stand for. I agree with the right to protest. I agree that you exercise the right to speak up and to speak out and to speak loud. There are conversations that you are bringing forward that I believe needs to be discussed in an effort to find common ground. Things such as distribution of the allocation of funding through the city, whether it comes from the feds, state, county, and filters into the city coffers, and how it's properly allocated to support social services and the different departments in the city. I agree with you. There needs to be a discussion on those matters, how the funds are allocated and distributed to make this community what it should be. But I also believe we need to have a conversation about public safety and public health. As it relates to public safety, with the East Precinct being closed, it now takes the response time of Seattle Police Department 3 times as long to respond to calls, 911 calls in the East Precinct area. And while I believe in the principle of community-oriented policing, it's really beyond those persons that mean so well with CHOP to be able to supervise and provide that type of service for a vast, vast zip code and a vast, vast catchment area. So we do need police in the East Precinct so that we can mitigate and reduce and de-escalate matters that come before the residents that live there and the churches and businesses that support and thrive there. But also, in addition to public safety, we also have the matter of public health. As our mayor has said there, and our chief has said, there have been numerous shootings, one resulting in the loss of a precious life. And if public service responders could have gotten in that area, perhaps that life could have been saved. Perhaps you could have patched up the wounds of that young man. Perhaps this would not be yet another life lost at such a tender age. And so as pastor of First AME Church in the Capitol Hill area since 1886, and we are progressive denomination and congregation, I'm opening up the sanctuary. Everybody needs sanctuary so that conversations of common ground and safety can be held. I'm offering up First AME Church, which is in Capitol Hill, to hold these conversations between the public safety commissions and the city of Seattle and for meaningful results. God bless you. God keep you.
Hello, Mayor Durkin and Chief Best and all my community folks behind me and everybody here. I'm with GSBA, we're Washington State's LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also our program, the Capitol Hill Business Alliance, and I'm also a trustee at Seattle Colleges. So Capitol Hill is my neighborhood for so many reasons, and all of those small businesses are connected to either CHBA or GSBA. For me, this is a dark time, this is a frightening time, but it also has some glimmers of hope. It is hopeful to see tens of thousands of people in the street, but it is very frightening when we realize that so many people are coming out. There is so much anguish and anger, and it's rightfully there. It came out of, once again, another murder of another black person, a black man that died. As part of the LGBTQ community, we know about police violence also. We know police violence is real and that the police have a long way to go to become part of a community that is part of public safety and not only about arms and control. This is a time of pride. The history of the LGBTQ community also goes back to a time of riots in the street in California, in Compton, and in Stonewall, New York. It was also our black trans sisters and brothers and siblings that went out in the street. And it continues to be our black trans community and all of our trans community that have a very high rate of violence against them. So we know what it's like to be violent. We know what it's like to have to be in the streets before someone recognizes your humanity. For our black and brown brothers and sisters and siblings, it has been too far, too many years, hundreds of years, and we have to stop waiting for another tragedy before we all come to the streets again. So my hope is the diversity of the people that are in the street, and that perhaps now, when it's happening all over the country, we can start making a difference. For this pride, as an ally with our Black-led organizations, GSBA is certainly committed to work alongside as partners to do what we have to do to make sure there's systemic change in our social justice, in our justice systems, police, healthcare, and education. But at this time, what has turned out is that we're also experiencing a new kind of violence. Now it's not from the police, but it's now from perhaps agitators from other parts of the community on Capitol Hill. As a member of a business organization, and I heard someone say, are you putting property above people? And I want you to know, small businesses are not property. Small businesses are community. They are the employers of the people in the community. They are the donors to the nonprofits. They are the people you see in the street. They have been closed for 3 months. Not being able to close again because of violence right now is devastating. We won't recognize our communities and Capitol Hill if businesses are forced to close permanently, if our students don't feel safe in going back to school, and if our residents don't feel they will get a 911 quick response because their ambulances and medics and police cannot get to their doors. So today we are committed to absolutely stand with protesters, to work for systemic change, but to also work against violence so that we can all have our voices heard, work in community, demand systemic change, make sure it is actually implemented, and then make sure there is accountability to achieve it. So that is where my hope is today. And I thank you all for being here and for all of Seattle coming out, because I believe we genuinely need to change systems that have been in place far too long. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andre Taylor, founder, executive director of Not This Time. I'm about to have a different conversation with you. I talked to the leaders of CHOP yesterday. We had a great conversation. I explained to them that if you think CHOP is a place, you're minimizing the message. I told them I believe CHOP is an idea. And with that idea, you could take that idea around the country and then around the world. Don't minimize the idea of CHOP. Don't make it be a place. I think it's bigger than a place. We agreed to some terms that if I could get them a meeting with the mayor, they can propose their acts to the mayor. That meeting was supposed to take place at 11 o'clock this morning. Well, I believe agitators learned about the meeting and they got into the ear of CHOP and they didn't show up. I explained to them yesterday that the situation has gone south, and my feelings about the situation is that things will get worse. And last night was a manifestation of what I talked to them about. I told them that, do you realize the danger of this space? Are you willing to die? I told them that I've been in the streets before. I've been around killers. I've been around people that are psychopaths. I faced the federal government. Are you willing to die? And not only are you willing to die, are you willing to take the responsibility of someone that dies on your watch? You're going to be held accountable for that. And I told them the reason why I'm involved, while everything was peaceful, I never said anything. I applauded them, and I continue to applaud them. But when violence enters in, and when you're doing what you're doing because of violence, but then when violence enters in, it kind of overshadows your message. And then what it does, when it's a continual amount of violence, it puts the mayor in a place of, is my responsibility just to CHOP or to the city of Seattle? Do I have a responsibility to make sure if there is violence, and I'm explaining this to them, and I don't act, how does that make me look? I said they're going to have to act because of the violence. I said, and all the support that you had, they're going to walk away from you because they don't want to be associated with violence. And if this space is creating and drawing violence to it, then that means it's over. Get the meeting with the mayor, leave with something that you're going to distribute amongst the community, and you will be viewed as champions, is what I told them yesterday. It's unfortunate that they did not show. I feel like I can't help the situation now because of the violence that will probably continue tonight. I went down there today and spoke to a lot of them. Just a lot of people that were just there, and explained to them the same frustration that I was explaining to the leaders of CHOP yesterday. And I told them, I think it's best for you not to be here in the evening time. And so I just want to say to those leaders that I spoke with that there's still an opportunity. Agitators are going to cost you to be responsible for a lot of people if something has to happen. Because if I put myself in the mayor's position, I have to act when violence is around. I have to. So you still have an opportunity. I'm available. And I want to see most of all that you are safe during this process. And remember, CHOP is not a place. It's an idea. Thank you.
Thank you all for your words and for your presence. Thanks, Chief, for your words. And I think the Chief or I can take Q&A if there's other people that they're addressed to as you're being moderator.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have a handful of folks online who have RSVP'd, as well as folks in the room here today. So, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you to call on a few folks in the room, then we'll go over to the
Two in the room, two on the line, like usual. Good. All right, Matt, you got there first.
Madam Mayor and Chief Best, can you explain more about the evening situation? Was there a request to have a curfew at 8 p.m. starting tonight, and the people in CHOP would leave and to return at 8 a.m. in the morning?
I don't believe there's been a request for a curfew. I have read that there has been some people in CHOP have said that they want the hours to be 8 to 8. I think going back a few days when the Chief and I talked, both Chief Scoggins and Chief Best, I made it very clear, and their expectation was the same. There should be no place in Seattle that Seattle Fire Department and Seattle Police Department can't go. And that has been our intent and will be our intent. And you saw the police did respond, but they were met hostilely by the crowd. The chief then has taken some other operational strategies, but we have to make sure that any resident or any business or any visitor to Seattle that calls for help gets the help they need. And so that is going to be the primary emphasis for Chief of Police, the Fire Chief, and myself. Erica?
But my understanding is that he was gone by the time that official police arrived and was at the hospital. So I guess I'm wondering about both that and the kind of implication that if this legislation hadn't passed, the shooting victims' lives could be saved. I just don't follow.
So I didn't imply that he could be saved. I said it's very tragic that he died. And as a mother of a 19-year-old boy, I can't imagine the grief that his mother is feeling. I read that he had just graduated from high school and then met this death. And we've released the timeline in terms of when the call was made, when fire was able to respond, when police were able to respond. I think Reverend Anderson spoke the hope that we all have, that any life could be. Steps to stop that. Chief, do you want to add anything to that? We're going to go to another. You've got, that's like 3 questions, and you've got a lot of people on the phone. 2 on the phone.
Mayor, our first question will be from Kate Brown and KOW, followed by David Gutman, Seattle Times. Kate,
I think, Paige, we couldn't hear you, but I think your question was, when is the East Precinct reopening?
Mayor Durkin or Chief Best, can you outline more detail on when the East Precinct is reopening for?
I think, Paige, we couldn't hear you, but I think your question was, when is the East Precinct reopening?
Correct.
I think the chief right now has been making operational plans on how to do that in a phased way and safe way, and it's going to be in coordination with the other ways we're trying to reduce what's occurring right now in that area of Capitol Hill. You want to add to that?
You know, it really is kind of what she said, but we don't have a specific date. We want to make sure that whatever happens, that we do it safely and consider the safety of everybody involved. And so we're working on that right now with a lot of folks. As you know, as Andre Taylor mentioned, he's been down there talking to some of the folks. We've had other city personnel talking to some of the people in the area. It's quite an eclectic group. And so we're trying to make sure that whatever we do, we're able to do so safely, which is one of the reasons that I would hope that we could go back to the temporary restraining order that was issued by Judge Jones, that is, because if there was a circumstance where, you know, we did have to do dispersal, we do want to be able, under extreme circumstances, to be allowed to do that in alignment with the temporary restraining order. The last thing we want is for anybody to be harmed. But right now, the way things exist, you know, what officers have are their riot batons and their handguns. And that is not sufficient, and that's not the way we're going to respond to these situations. So we're looking for ways that we can minimize any dangerous parts of this, but also have the officers be able to respond from the precinct. As was mentioned by many of community members here, the police officers need to be able to provide service to the 100,000 calls or so that we get a year in the east part of the city. So that's really where it stands.
Thank you, Chief.
I would just want to add to that page. I think that one thing that is also relevant to that is, you know, again, in so many of the community conversations that the chief and I have had in the last several weeks, is the real emphasis and need from community for us to be able to look at resources other than police to resolve a range of community conflict. And we have been very fortunate to be able to partner with some of our community organizations in the last few days, including not this time with Andre Taylor, but we also have Community Passageways, and we're working with other Black-led organizations to go into that area of Capitol Hill and to really urge people to understand and appreciate that what has happened in the last 4 days, and in fact the deteriorating conditions in the last week, detracts from and undermines the message and that it is time to restore order and eliminate the violence in Capitol Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will be from David Gutman, Seattle Times. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, you've talked about the steps are going to occur to reduce what's happening, you know, in the nighttime in Capitol Hill. What is going to happen this evening or tomorrow night? Are you going to clear people out of there? There's dozens of tents that are in the area. Are those you're going to send in police or navigation teams to clear those out? If people don't voluntarily leave the area at 8 p.m., what's going to happen?
So it's going to be a range of things, David. I've said to piece it together is, again, I think we've seen across the country and in Seattle, it would not be an effective strategy to simply send police in to try to clear the area. And so instead what we're doing is we're working with Black-led organizations and some of our partners in de-escalation to have them go in to communicate with people, to get people to leave or reduce their presence, to reduce all presence overnight. We've had the Human Services Division giving outreach to people experiencing homelessness so we can get anyone there who's homeless actually into services. We've worked with King County, so we have a range of resources to provide to those people. And we will continue to provide a range of those services by city employees and our community partners. As we do that, we are hopeful and confident that the organizations that are in there that believe they can make a difference will reduce the number of people and the disorder in the area, and that we will then be able to go in with our partners in the community and the city to restore, remove the barriers, clean up, clean graffiti, and the like. I think Luis spoke very, eloquently about the impacts on Capitol Hill. I talked to many small business owners that literally have just been holding on. It was their week to reopen, and their businesses are sanctuary for many people, including the LGBT community. They're not only closed, but there's graffiti with homophobic slurs written on their buildings. That's not who we are in Seattle, and we're going to do everything we can to change that dynamic.
Thank you. So last summer we saw gun violence in Cal Anderson. We've seen it in the area nearly every summer. So what makes this year different? Why should people see the violence happening now and not connect it to the same street violence we've seen around the nightlife for the past year?
I think first, the investigations are ongoing, and we don't know yet what the exact causes of this gun violence are. And I think it's one reason I mentioned what's happening in cities across America. And we regularly see gun violence go up this time of year. But I think that the gun violence permeated an area that was supposed to be a peaceful collection of people whose voice was being raised against violence against Black people. And so while the causes may be the causes we see in this city and cities across America regularly, the impacts are different. And the additional difference is because of the people who were there and how they greeted fire and police, our first responders were not able to get to the area safely and quickly. And if that continues, to Erica's point, we don't know what the outcome would have been for the young man that died or the person who's still in critical condition at Harborview. But it is our experience over years that the quickness of the response decides who lives and dies sometimes. And we are a city that is one of the leading cities in America for quick responses by our first responders. So those are some of the differences. Hi.
This is for the fire chief. I think a lot of folks were surprised that the fire department has a policy of not moving into a situation before police have secured the area. And I think while maybe it was a surprise that folks weren't happy to see police at the scene in Capitol Hill, that they may have let in firefighters or medics with the fire department to help save a life. Can you speak to that? How long has that been the policy? Is that in general the policy across the country? Is that unusual at all?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Harold Scoggins. That is not an unusual policy for the fire service Over the last 12 months, we've responded to almost 300 scenes of violence here in the city, from shootings to stabbings to assaults. That's our policy on every single one of those responses. It is not our goal to put firefighters in harm's way so they can't do their job. So that is nothing new. We also did a lot of work on the ground. Over the last week, we met with the EMS staff. We dropped them off what we call mega movers, where you can put a person on and meet us at a rendezvous point. We talked to them about the operations because this situation could occur. And I did have an opportunity to listen to the dispatch tapes, and our dispatchers gave very clear directions of where the rendezvous point was that we had talked about. But this has been a long-standing policy. You have to imagine our firefighters aren't equipped to deal with people with guns, handguns, and rifles as they were greeted with that scenario. I mean, the last thing we wanted to see is what happened. You know, I have a 17-year-old son, and I have another older son, and I have 2 grandsons. Last thing I want to see is another African-American young man ready to live his life pass away. And I do want to express my condolences to the family because that hit me in the heart. But this is a standard practice. We have to put our people in position to be successful. And as the mayor said, I'm so proud of our EMS system. It's one of the best in the world. We have people come and visit all over the world, from all over the world, to learn our system, to learn our policies, to learn our practices. We do amazing work when we can get there in a safe place to do the work. So that's not new. It's something that we deploy on a daily basis.
Had with the people on the ground at the CHOP. Is this the group of people known as the CHOP medics? And do you know if they have proper training in these medical circumstances? And I also have a question for Chief Best. We understand that detectives are investigating the shootings from the weekend. Considering the fact that the officers had trouble getting to the scene the night of the shooting, will it be difficult to have a full traditional investigation?
So I'll answer the first question. I had not met any of the people before they landed in that space. I only know what they have communicated to me about their certifications and training, and they've communicated that they have everyone who has first aid training to physicians. Do I know who's there at any given time? I do not. Do I know what any of their practical training and experience is? I do not. Some of that may have revealed itself when things really got bad. We fall back on our training. We fall back on what we're disciplined to do. And things got that way, and we didn't rely on that connection that we thought we made. You know, we dropped off the mega movers because we thought this could happen. We dropped off fire extinguishers because there had been fires throughout the space throughout the week. So we knew small fires can be kept small if you put them out there. We've dropped off additional trauma bags and other type of baskets to get people moved out of there. So we don't know their skill sets. We just know what they're telling us.
I thought she had a question. I just wanted to answer a question about the homicide investigation. So obviously, it would have been, much better if we could have had officers come in and secure the scene as we typically do on a situation like this. We weren't able to do that, but that doesn't eliminate or minimize the fact that detectives are still following up on all of the normal things that they could get, that they can ascertain, who might have been in the area, who might be a witness, any video, any other information that we can get from witnesses. But clearly, it wasn't the most ideal situation for them to respond to, and that happens, sometimes, on these calls. But we have highly trained, well-trained detectives that are pulling together information even as we speak. But clearly, we want to be able to get in and secure a scene whenever that's possible, and that's one of the challenges that we had.
Followed by Carolyn Dick, South Seattle Emerald. Hannah, the floor is yours.
Can you say whether or not your investigators were able to get into the scene and collect any casings before the area was contaminated, and offer any of the latest on suspects and motives in the shootings? And then for the mayor, when do you expect people to see a noticeable change in the CHOP area And how confident are you that what you're announcing right now will help avoid another person from being shot tonight or anytime else this week moving forward?
Hi, Hannah. I can tell you that we weren't immediately available to get the detectives into the scene. That does not mean that they haven't been able to go in after or take a look after what they saw and what they were able to get from video. So there is an active and ongoing investigation, the details of which I can't relay all at this moment, but I can assure you when we have an update, I will provide it to you. But they are aggressively looking for any information and details that they can provide.
Hannah, I think it's a multi-prong. I think the messages you heard today from the people here, and then I think that the messages being delivered right now in Capitol Hill is, it's time for people to go home. It is time for us to restore Cal Anderson and Capitol Hill so that it can be a vibrant part of the community. We can still accommodate people who want to protest peacefully, who come there and gather, but the impacts on the businesses and residents and community are now too much. We have to have ability for everyone to travel safely and be there safely. So we don't have a specific date by which I can promise you it's all going to be resolved, but we will continue to work with our community-based partners and the Black-led organizations to let them first make sure they can get in and talk to the people who are there supporting the reason people are protesting in the streets, and call upon them to exercise those protests in a different way in a different place.
Thank you, Mayor. And our final question today will come from Carolyn Vick, South Seattle Emerald. Carolyn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mayor Durkan, Chief Best, in your opening remarks today, you spoke.
Yep, Carolyn, you're breaking up. Can you get to a better place with your cell coverage?
Is this better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes. In your opening and ensuing remarks today, both of you focused only on the gun violence in Capitol Hill, and your decisions regarding community investment appear to have been based on the recent shootings there. But there was another shooting that you've neglected to mention. It was in South Seattle and was the third one in 2 months. South Seattle has been dealing with gun violence for years and asking for commitment and for justice. Why did you in Black communities when the South End, where most of the city's Black communities currently live, thanks to gentrification?
So Carolyn, you're cutting in and out, but I think your question is, why are we responding to these shootings on Capitol Hill, and why haven't we responded to other gun violence, particularly in South Seattle? And the answer to that is we have. It has been a priority of mine since becoming mayor. We've held a number of forums and meetings with community-based organizations in South Seattle to talk about not just youth violence, but really youth opportunity. And how do we break that cycle? It's why my last year's budget invested more money than ever before in restorative justice and intervention programs like Choose 180 and others, community passageways. We will continue to invest in those throughout the city, and I think that it is critical that we, from pre-birth to through a person's life, they have absolutely the same opportunities that everyone has, but it has not happened in our country. And we can no longer deny the systemic racism that has held Black people and other communities of color out of fairness and justice for too long. And unless we acknowledge and admit that, we are giving oxygen and lifeblood to injustice. And so I have been committed and recommit. The chief and I, from the first conversations we have had, have talked about how do we break that cycle. The chief herself has been involved in so many conversations and work with community-based organizations in South Seattle and in South Park and other places where we've seen a disproportionate amount of youth who either suffer violence or are involved in its perpetuation. So I am committed as mayor to not just do what we've done, but to double down and do more, because it is clear what we've done has not been enough. Last question. Okay.
Well, we didn't know. We thought it could have been an active shooter situation. All I'm saying is that the officers ended up having to retreat from the area because the only tools they had available to them were their handgun and their riot batons. Neither of those tools would have been an appropriate response to being met with a hostile crowd. I'm sure that no one would have expected officers to utilize a firearm, under those circumstances, or to start using the riot baton. Because of the legislation and the way it is written, that is what is available to them, which is why I'm asking the City Council, I'm imploring them to have a public safety mindset and to think about what options are available to cause the least amount of harm or hurt to an individual or individuals when responding. I think Judge Jones, who I hold in high regard, and as many do in this city, when he made that temporary restraining order to really limited the use, we agree with it. We are not opposing it, but we do have to have some tool other than just guns and riot batons to respond to any sort of criminal acts or acts where we might need to move through a crowd. Again, we know there's a lot of discussion about that, and so we absolutely are willing to have those discussions, community-led discussions about what the responses should be. But the council's hasty legislation clearly causes some concern for me personally and for the police department. We have here a minister, Dr. Reverend Kerry Anderson, who's more than willing to open up his facilities so that we can have these discussions about how we re-envision and reimagine our responses, and we absolutely are committed to that. But hasty, not well thought out legislation is not the way to resolve a public safety issue.
Thank you. I also want to echo that thanks to not just the people standing with us today, but for the hundreds of people I've been able to talk to over the last 2 weeks who bring various levels of pain and frustration and challenge to government. I'm listening. This is a really hard and uncomfortable time, but that discomfort is necessary because comfort itself has been able to perpetuate many of the inequities that we see in our society. And so I want to stand with and thank all those community organizations that continue to challenge me to be better, our city to do better, not just in policing, but in every institution we have that touches people's lives, to make sure that those institutions are lifting people up and not holding them down. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming. We so appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you, Deshaun. We appreciate you more than you know. Yeah. Thank you.
Talked about the violence and that the goal is to retake the East Precinct peacefully, and then Chief Best echoed that, said that SPD was unable to respond to the incidents because they were ill-equipped. They couldn't enter with batons or hand guns. And then there were a couple questions regarding I'll say the lack of response from EMS and Seattle Fire Department. My phone's almost about to die, so I want to make sure that this thing saves. So yeah, I don't really know exactly what we learned in this hour and 20-minute video, but I will be live from CHOP at some point later tonight. So hope you guys join me, and hope you're well. See ya.
Not recording anything. How's it going, sir? How are you? Probably gonna try to make my way up too. Oh, maybe I'll see if John is here. I've seen him before. I haven't seen him in a few days. Sorry, I'm exasperated at the moment. I'm talking a lot. Takes a lot out of me, and I need some water. I have some water. But military's coming. Here I go. Bye, Shan. Hey, Denise. Yeah, no, it's not over. They're gonna try to come out or whatever, but it's not over yet. We're still here. We're still here. We're still fucking here, so they want to come in here and get all this out. They can take it all. I don't care. We'll be back as long as, they'll arrest us, sure, but we'll be back. We'll be back. Alright, walking through the middle of the park at the moment. Get outside of the park and start filming again. Fuck. Water. Water bottle. Is that my water bottle? Nope. Water bottle's in. This one here. Maybe. Alright. It's over here. And sorry for the video. It's kind of shaky and whatnot. I'd like to apologize about a lot of it. Where's my water bottle? My water bottle. Let's trying to find my water bottle. In my bags here. I have too many bags and too many things. Sorry. Can't. I have plans with my cat. It was a shirt that I got. It's a shirt that I got for Christmas.
No, it's funny because I should say, sorry, I have plans with my dog. I just had to.
Nice, very nice. Where's my water? It's in here somewhere. Sorry. Up. Ugh. Nope, that's not. There it is. That's the water bottle. Fucking A. Forever to get my water bottle. Ugh. All right. There we go. Sorry, guys. I'm back at the 1 p.m. Sunday Meekin Dog Park. That's cute. That's cute. That's adorable. God, water. All right.
Oh, damn!
Yeah! You're a fool. All right. Sorry, it's blurry. No. There we go. No, I didn't watch the town hall meeting. Amari, I believe, unfortunately, is, of course, I don't know, I think he's on a mission somewhere. He's around. But I haven't seen him yet today. I saw him last night. Hi, Poppers. How are you? Oh, you have... Oh, I'm sorry. You have beautiful eyes. I'm sorry. Beautiful eyes on that puppy. Hi, Poppers. He's just wary. Oh, all right. Now take the west. Eventually, maybe, but not right now. When people were wondering if we should pack up and leave, which maybe we should pack up and move to somewhere else. But no, we're here. It's going to be hard to pack all this up.
And what they were cool, they said, you're welcome to stay.
But you get another cigarette because this is intense. We need to head up towards that place and go get a drink.
Hey, Jason, get him.
Hey Kiki, how you doing? Hey, Eric. How you doing?
No, 20. Hold up, here.
All right. You should go, Kiki. You should go look at the comments that the mayor and police chief Best made today, because they are kind of concerning. They said they want to take this place back, and yada yada yada, and blah blah blah. Because after 2 nights of terror, or 3, along 3 nights, let's say, random shooters that the police couldn't track, even though they have undercovers all over the place, and cameras all over the place, and eyes all over the place. Somehow, they haven't been able to get any leads on these people, as far as I know, for one, which is weird, right? Very weird. And then, not even that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know, Diesel. But, I'm going to be not too much around, but roaming around. I need to go meet up with my friends real quick and have a drink. It's kind of silly and selfish, but I need to discuss with them. And today being my Father's Day, I'm sorry that I'm not going to be right here as much as I can, but I feel already with the hours that I've been here from 1 o'clock or 1:32 or so to right now, it's 5:37. Yeah, again, they're already in there. They need to come back. They can come be in there if they want. They could be right here and come out and have some food with us, but no, they can't. Fuck them. They're already in there. Doesn't fucking matter. I mean, it does matter, but to be like, we need to take it back. They're in there right now. Go fuck yourself, police. Go fuck yourself, Pest. Sorry. The only people that are shooting here are the crazy ones. Yes, Kiki, question.
I got them.
I protest POV, sorry. I'm not going to have too much, but maybe I'll talk with these guys real quick. I'm sorry, I'm blocking the video again, but yeah, no, I know. Because they didn't know who he was. I know what's up with that, but none of you would be welcome then. What? Bye, Mandy. Don't need your fucking stuff. Look above. Yeah, it was. Thank you, protest. How's it going? Sorry, I'm on stream. I'm not gonna get your face, but if you want to talk about what you've heard, that'd be cool. I've got a bunch of people watching at the moment. But,
About what?
About the situation with the mayor and all that's going on.
That I don't.
You don't know? Okay. No worries.
That I don't know much about. I'm just security here.
Yeah.
Or not really security. I help with security.
Yeah. I'm not gonna put you on unless you want to be, but you're all over the place here anyway, so doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure.
But I'll just talk and look at the ground. Again, it's not the most interesting view, but the words. How do you know that they're in there and how many? I watched them come down with a line of bike cops here and put more police in there like a week ago.
Yeah, no.
They switch out, and I've seen them in there.
There's about 16 SWAT.
And, because they have facilities, they have food, they can easily swap in and out in the night when it's dark.
Yeah. Hey, can you move away
It's
from
ridiculous.
the building, please? Move away from the building.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, no, because this is the largest armory in Seattle I've heard. This is everything I'm saying right now has been heard from somebody else.
Yes.
But I've heard that they come in about 16 to 18 strong with permission to fire live ammo if we get in their way or try stopping them or some shit like that.
Jeez.
If we do enter, they can shoot.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Definitely.
And there's about 16 strong in there at all times because of the armory's the biggest in Seattle.
Yeah, that's why they don't want to get it up. They need to take it all out because they need it in case we go in there and fucking things up. But they also have showers. They also have food. They also have, sorry, not stolen,
Wi-Fi.
but they have Wi-Fi. They have civil forfeited items that they can play with. I'm sure they have as many consoles as they fucking want from all the raids that they do from people, They have games and fucking movies and fuck off. They can sit there for weeks getting double overtime on the fucking people of Seattle.
I've seen them watching Family Guy, and I started watching with them. I was yelling to turn the sound up, but
I'm sorry. I don't. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Kiki. I do not know if the police are staged anywhere at the moment. I'm still in here. We have people outside, and maybe I should get in my car and drive around a bit. But I can't because I don't have a mount, and I don't want to be pulled over by police for being on my phone, even though I watch all these fuckers while they're driving, being like, hello. Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But as I left here last night, I went down Madison and got on the freeway, and I saw weird lights behind me. I'm like, that's a cop. And I was going like 65 on I-5 South, and I stayed a bit behind slowly. And once I started going up towards, West Seattle Bridge, right? I started slowing my cruise control down to 60, and he slowly crept up and stayed there, and then finally drew past me. I'm like, yep, Seattle PD, why are you on I-5 out of Seattle following me and tracking me? I know they're not
You're in
made
this area.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking that you're in like the
No, I know.
securities or highs.
Mm-hmm. No, and I didn't see any others, but
official name. We ain't calling ourselves leaders or like security or some shit like that.
Nope.
Technically.
Yep, if we enter, they can shoot to kill because that's an aggressive act, and we're trying to break into their building. I mean, what would you do if somebody broke into your home, quote unquote, and you had guns?
Depends on who it is.
Yeah.
High female teenager.
No, exactly. It's nuts. I'm gonna go and meet my friends up at Diesel and have a beer real quick and talk with them. And
stay safe.
I will. Stay safe, man. Keep frosty. We need people. I might just start driving around if I can get one of those and be like, yo, it's they're over here. Confirmed. Or you guys can tell me where they might be, and I'll go find. I'll drive around.
I've seen last night there was cops rolling around over there.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
All right. Stay safe. I will be back. Yeah. I'm not going to leave at 8 p.m. Susan Charenti. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you on there. Bye, Shane. Thank you, Jeffrey Ranch. I'm glad I'm safe as well. Yeah, the police will do it without tear gas and rubber bullets because they'll have real ones. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jeffrey. They don't want to clear the place out at 8 p.m. They, based on the community meeting, there's suggested guidelines, not rules, not laws, suggested guidelines for how it should operate. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., okay? After 8 p.m., it's not that they wanted to evacuate. I mean, maybe they said that on the words on there, but I didn't write it. If I could, I would love to put my own counter proposal. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is fine, but after 8 p.m., we go on a march downtown, we walk around, and then we come back and we revel a bit, talk about what we did and what we're going to do the next day. We don't need loud music, but we need lights, we need some entertainment in a way. But, keep it to civil levels until about midnight, and then people turn it off for a little bit, and we go take some rest, We all need rest. And we wait for the next day. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, no, we need a peaceful Pride Week. But Pride Week was the beginning of June, and it wasn't peaceful. Right? Wasn't it June 1st? I don't know. But yeah, I need to learn myself some more Pride materials. But I'm walking at the moment out of CHOP into the streets of Seattle. I'm going to head up to a bar and meet some friends real quick for a drink and chat because they've been up there waiting. And yeah, maybe some normalcy for a moment, but sorry for ending my stream. I don't know if anybody else is out there. I don't know if Sean vanished or if Joey is out there. Yeah. If there are any other live streams, please share them with twitch.tv/cctv user and let them know. Live streams here, obviously, in CHOP or around Seattle. Again, heading out towards Madison on 12th. The Ferrari and Maserati dealership their windows were busted during the craziness, and that's amazing because fuck them. Rich ass bitch cars. They look fucking flash, and I always wanted one maybe, but no, I'll fucking soup up my goddamn Toyota, my vehicle that's 22 years old, 24 years old, 23 years old, I forget. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand why would they want to. Yeah, no, not black people shooting. Oh, shouting, okay, shouting, there we go. Yeah, and again, this is growing up in Madison. There's Pony. Pony's closed at the moment as well. Sugar Shears. Madison Pub. There's no extortion, Masood, and there's no insurgency. Bye. Sorry. Where was this diesel place? Got chop suey up there. Hold on one moment. I'm gonna pause my thing because I need to find out where I need to go. Hold on. Again, hold on. No, John Brown Club I think is still here, I believe. Again, I'm gonna pause for 1 second. Maps and look at the traffic. Look at the traffic that's going on in Seattle. As you can tell, they shut down the freeway already. Oh wait, now this guy's coming. Thank you. Appreciate it. But you can go see that they blocked the freeway. Not us. Seattle PD, SDOT has blocked the freeway at 4 because they were supposedly a 4:30 march. Oop. Okay. Crossing the street. Oh no, lawlessness. But yeah, I-5 north and south is closed. From I-90 north to, I don't know where. From southbound, I'm not sure. From the north, maybe right near the U District to all the way down here. Because we told them we were going to do a 4:30 march and they didn't go. So they blocked the fucking freeway. There's no protesters down there, and that there are. Ha ha ha. You fucking idiots. It's Seattle fucking with you, not us. I even told them. If we did a 4:30 march, go down there and then check the maps and see if they've already blocked them. If they do, don't go to the freeway, go to the waterfront. Go fuck with the people trying to drive around Seattle. Go down to the tunnel. Go into the tunnel. But not into the tunnel, just block the entrance of the tunnel. But again, I apologize. I'm going to end my stream at the moment. And yeah, we'll get some cold beverage. Nice hat there, sir. I'm doing great. T-Mobile. but yeah, stay tuned. And we'll be back shortly. I need to charge myself. I need to charge what's going on.
into a political, violent issue. It's escalating.
Yeah.
And the other side is backing down. And so I'm to the point where, I was joking, I don't know if you heard me in Seattle City Council, because I know Councilmember Strauss will come with me. I'm ready to put together a caravan and head out there, because I'm tired of this.
Okay. Thank you for breaking that down.
I'll be right there with you, Councilman
That's right.
Warren.
There he goes. There he goes.
We see, the Makah tribe hasn't had any COVID positive tests, and it's because they put up a checkpoint, just like what you're talking about.
Right.
Can I just add one more thing? Just one more
briefly,
quickly.
if you could, sure.
Really briefly. I encourage my staff, and particularly my children who are adults. I started a COVID journal on March 4th, and I was looking at some of the entries this morning. And one of my entries on March 12th is that we had 39 deaths. Now, today, the state of Washington is up to over 1,000 deaths. And I was looking at today that we're up to 90,000, 93,000 deaths in the United States and over 1.5 million cases. And so if people out there are running, we have these first responders and essential workers that are basically, as I heard both our governors in Washington and New York say, those people are running back into the fire to save our lives. And if the only thing you can do is just put on a mask, then I'm really shaken by that. And I keep bringing this up because I think of the people that have died and have sacrificed their lives. And I was just telling someone this morning, 30 years from now, I won't be around, but your generation will be around. And I'm hoping that you're absorbing all of this like a sponge. And when you wring it out, hopefully the good stuff will come out. That we sisters across this country and in this world. And that's where I'll just kind of leave it.
Thank you very much. We need to wrap up the show. These have both been very great answers from both of you with regard to these different topics we're covering here. Maybe I can get the 30-second version from both of you. Councilmember Juarez, I'll start with you. I know a lot of us need to stay home, stay safe, but you got to get your takeout food too. What's the best spot in D5? Please tell us.
I can't do that, but I will say this. No, I can't, because there's like 7 places and we've been walking. But let me just say this quickly.
Okay.
I am listening to Billie Holiday.
Okay.
I'm finishing a ton of podcasts. I just finished Dictators and Crime Town. I wrote this down because I knew you were going to ask what I'm binging on. I finished Miss America, Confession, My Brilliant Friend, and Never Have I Ever. And if I have to say something about food, I'm going to say Zilberstein's Deli. It's a Jewish deli on 15th, and I'm telling you now, they have some killer rye bread and corned beef.
Okay, now we know. Councilmember Strauss, I'll throw the same question at you. Best takeout place in your district?
I always love the Wok Spot. Wok Spot is one of the best restaurants that has some of the freshest fish in all of District 6.
Yeah.
This week, though, it's been Umbien. Really love Umbien. Councilmember Juarez, I'm surprised you didn't say Tubbs.
There's so many places, so little time.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you guys figure out that one. Make sure you stay physically distant if you try to dine together on that one. Thank you both for being involved here, and thanks to everyone for joining us here. See you next time on Council Edition.
That qualifies as art as much as lawn care, but thanks so much for calling. Hello, as host of Art Zone with Nancy Guppy, if something happens in the world of art, this city is my lifeblood. Art Zone, what
young people lined up all in the house, so we just kind of looked at each other and what was going on. And they were in the living room, they were in the dining room, they were sitting on the steps all the way up in the kitchen. Everywhere they could get a space to sit, that's where they were, or stand. They were as curious as we were, so that was when it first started. And then they formed, and then they used to march over the park.
Oh, she means business.
We left Chicago and ended up in Champaign. That's taken in Champaign, Illinois. This was taken here in Seattle after he moved here. Boeing moved us here. My husband, the good part, he had a job, so his job was a graphic illustrator at Boeing. But this is the kind of stuff that they drew on. Anyway, he tore this off and wrote this poem. And kept it all this time. See, this is when you whip this stuff, this paper, it turns into cloth. Anyway, the poem says, deep in the heart of Dixie, where the cotton gloom blooms in June, an old black man tills the field, humming a sad old tune. His heart was heavy, his eyes were full, his body aching and sore. I wish I was dead, I wish I was dead, my heart can't take no more. They took a little Negro boy and chopped and smashed his eye. They tormented, teased, and cut him up just to make him die. They tore off an ear when he shed a tear, and they beat him in the face. Each mark and scar was so symbolic of suffering by the Negro race. They threw him in the river, his hands and legs all bound, hoping that his body never would be found. The river current surged and slashed to free its mangled prey. But it didn't matter anymore, for it was Emmett's judgment day. The two white men who did this thing are free to lynch, and now, my God, we pray to you, revenge for Emmett Till. The hate and evil in this world is something sad to see. Why, oh Lord, did they hate us so? Why can't we all be free? The children played on the courtroom floor. The grown-ups drank beer, cold beer. They laughed and joked and enjoyed themselves like they had no God to fear. I'll never forget you, Emmett Till, and how you horribly died. We've done this before. I'll never forget the smiling jurors and how the lawyers lied. Well, Emmett, he's gone. Ain't nothing to do but push this white man's plow. I guess little Emmett's made his peace because he's with his father now. Elmer signed it. Elmer Dixon Jr., Champaign, Illinois, October 1955. Yeah, I've never cried.
I fight for justice. I fight for justice. I fight for justice. And what's right? I fight for justice. I fight for justice. I fight for justice.
Somebody's read the newspaper article about that boy. This was taken here in Seattle after he moved here. These are all high school pictures. It was very hard finding a place for us because of our color. With a family of 4 kids, you wonder where you're going to live. And so we had kind of told our parents that we had a place, but we really did not. So we stayed in a motel on Highway 99, I think it was. And we stayed there for a good week, and then my husband went to work.
You keep sending me threats. I bet you guess you're gonna run me out of town.
We really couldn't find a place to stay. Somebody told us about a minister. That house is still sitting here in Hiawatha. We went in there, and I thought, oh my gosh, we can't stay here. They had mouse droppings on the bed. I said, so we just got in the car and drove around until we went across the floating bridge and back, and then finally, I don't know how he found it. I think maybe this minister might have told him about a place that was vacant. It was a Japanese guy that owned the house, Mr. Nakayui, which I will never forget his name as long as I live. And he had a daylight basement, and so that's where we moved down there. And it only had 4 rooms. My husband's sister came out with her 2 boys to visit. And she said, she called my husband brother. Brother, if you don't find something better to live in, she said, I'm going to tell Dee, that was their mother's name. So they went looking, and sure enough, they found a place on 24th, right off of Norman, 24th Avenue South. We stayed there for a little over a year, and my husband was definitely knew we had to buy a place and get out of that house. So that's when he found this place.
You know, I'm not going to pretend like I'm here 24/7.
This area was fine.
I've been here more than 5 minutes, that's for sure. I've been here several different days. And yeah, violence is violence, but there's different causes for violence. So what I'm basically saying is that the violence that happened is not related to anything that has to do with the protest here. So violence, yes, violence is violence, but that's why they have 1st, 2nd, 3rd degree murder. That's why they have manslaughter, because all violence isn't exactly the same. The outcome could be the same, sure. Someone also asked, is this by Seattle University? No, this is closer to the University of Seattle, I guess it is. Or Seattle University, yeah. I don't know that much about Seattle, so I'm learning. So I think it is closer to, yeah, Seattle University. Seattle University, yeah. All right, so I'm just gonna go and sit and listen, and I'll report back probably later tonight or tomorrow. You all take care. Someone asked, is there a General Assembly going on? It will be going on soon. Oh yeah, someone said that there might be retaliation from last night. I really don't know. It's not real clear at me talking to other people exactly if there will be retaliation. I really don't know. And yes, it's close to Seattle University in Seattle, yes. All right, I'm getting ready to go because I get ready to start. Thanks.